Hello everyone. I went ahead and privated the last video and just added like the beginning part to this video because like that one was struggling anyway. So this one, I wanted the video to be 5 hours long anyway. So I guess I'll get my wish now. So anyway, enjoy, I guess. And another thing, I kind of have like low energy in like the first few chapters or like the first chapter. So I'll get back on track like later on. Like I guess I was tired the first time. I don't know. I think I was like having like a bad week or something. I don't know, but I'll like fix it up. Sunset Shimmer never really had a childhood, or someone to teach her what she needs to know. So after the fall formal, Sunset is faced with changes she is not yet ready for. Friendship and a family who are willing to show her just what she's been missing. Will she accept this newfound solace, or will her fears and insecurities get the better of her? Will she even have a choice? All right, this one is completed March 25th, 2019. It's 59 parts, 9 hours long, so should be a good read, I guess. I don't know. I was actually going to read this one before the other one, but I don't know. I just decided to read the other one because I guess it was shorter. Author's note. Wow, it's been a while since I've done one of these, so hey, I'm JWolfSilver, and welcome to the Scars of Our Past. Scars for short. I know I'm usually writing Ruby, but I really wanted to write this one. Yes, I like MLP. Sunset happens to be my favorite character. Don't worry though, I'll return to Ruby soon. Anyway, read and I have more to say after you're done. She wasn't sure what was or had happened. One moment she had everything she wanted, the next, it was too much. It consumed her very being, taking over, trapping her in her own darkness. It burned. She didn't want it, not like this. What got her to this point she didn't really know. Much to her relief, the princess and her friend shut her down, dispelling all the power and dark magic she had obtained. She was grateful, but now all that was left was a shell of a girl who once had was a shell of a girl who had once had everything, almost everything. She knew that. In that moment, as the princess helped her to her feet, she realized that all of her power was never what she truly needed. Now she had to figure out what she did need. As if natural to her, Sunset apologized for the first time in over 6 years. She truly meant it. The looks, anger, and disgust the students gave her, however, told her that there was no forgiveness to be had. Frowning, she looked around to see the damage she had caused. There was no way Principal Celestia would allow her to remain at CHS after this. To be honest, she wouldn't be surprised if Celestia called the police or sent her back through the portal for Princess Twilight or Celestia to deal with. She had dug her grave, and now she has to lie in it. Once the princess and her students had returned to the gym, Vice Principal Luna tasked her, Snips and Snails, to clean up the mess and start to rebuild the front of the school with brick that sat in the storage shed for the construction class. It did match, though. Her back stung, but Sunset paid no attention to it, only focusing on the task at hand. She would handle the pain later. After a while of laying mortar and placing bricks, Principal Celeste came out and relieved Snips and Snails from cleaning, giving them a week of in-school suspension and a promised phone call to their parents. Sunset knew that would would be Sunset knew that the principal would be giving an altered version of the story. No one would believe what had really happened. For another half hour, Sunset worked in silence, wincing every time she shifted her back. She didn't notice Celestia watched her the entire time, setting her almost. Both of them shifted their attention as Fluttershy, Applejack, and Rainbow, Rarity, and Pinkie all gathered around the portal to bid Princess Twilight and Spike farewell. None of them could hear what was being said, but a few glances at Sunset made the girl cower behind the wall. I really screwed up, she thought to herself. They almost hate me. Sunset couldn't bring herself to look at them any longer, and soon enough, Twilight passed through the portal just as it closed. The younger girl frowned. She was stuck for another 30 moons. However, she had never planned on going back to deal with Princess Celestia. Celestia, however, watched her girls, and when they glanced over to Sunset, there was no malice in their expressions, just thoughtful looks. Most likely towards what to do with the said girl. Once they had all dispersed for home, Celestia walked over to the fiery-haired girl. For another half hour, Sunset worked in silence, wincing every time she shifted her back. I've already read that. I don't know why it went back up. Sunset, The woman said in a serious tone, "Can I see you in my office, please?" Sunset nodded and got up carefully before following the principal to her office. Principal Celestia waited for Sunset to pass their room before she shut the door and sat in her desk. "Please sit," Celestia said. The younger girl accepted graciously, though she kept her gaze on her feet. "So," Celestia started, "you've destroyed the front of the school and left a crater in the middle of our courtyard, but by all accounts I should expel you or call the police." Sunset knew this was coming, and at the moment, she felt too emotionally numb to care. She just nodded. However, Celestia continued, making Sunset shoot her head up to look quizzically at the principal. "After talking with Twilight and Vice Principal Luna, I'm not sure that would be the best option." The girl just stared on, dumbfounded at what she just heard. Was Celestia really just gonna let her stay? After everything she'd done, she would be allowed to stay at CHS? "Why?" Sunset managed. "Twilight explained to me that you're not from here," she explained, "and she had a hunch that you didn't mean for things to go as far as they did. In fact, she believes that it's partly her fault." "Her fault?" repeated Sunset. "Yes," Principal Celestia affirmed. "Apparently, it had looked as though the situation could have been resolved without the mess." Sunset thought for a moment. It was true that she had second thoughts about her plan in the weeks before shutting the ground, even more in the last couple of days. Was it really what she wanted? True that this world was foreign to her at one point, but she had long since gotten used to the odd way humans do things, but had never intended on staying here. Or so she told herself. Still, she found that she had the necessary papers for her to stay in this world, though she told herself that it was just in case she needed a backup plan. "I'm sorry," was all she said, looking down at her feet. Celestia sighed. "Tell me, Sunset, what exactly were you thinking? What was your plan? I need the truth or I will have to call the authorities." Seeing as if she had no other option, Sunset took a deep breath. "I wanted something I couldn't have, so I stole Twilight's crown to get it. I wanted power, but that could only happen if I wore the crown here first. That last part was unexpected." Celestia listened carefully to every word she said, looking for any sign of intent but found none. "Then how did you end up in such a position?" Sunset shook her head. I don't know, but I wasn't exactly in control, if that's what you mean. It was like a nightmare. Looking out but not being able to stop what you're doing. My plan was to absorb the power from the crown, then go back and take over Equestria. But that's not much better than what I did, though." "What did Twilight mean when she told me that the situation could have been avoided?" Celestia asked. I was already, I was actually all ready to cut my losses," she admitted. "But then Rainbow Dash hit something and set off a fuse in my head. I got angry and ended up fighting Twilight and her friends for the crown." Celestia thought about this and watched as the girl in front of her frowned in regret, but her jaw was tight. She was angry. Not at anyone else, though. She seemed to be angry with herself. Honesty was a side of Sunset that the educator had never seen before, but she found it suited her. The girl seemed to be showing genuine emotion. "I'm so stupid." The young girl mumbled through clenched teeth and balled fists. "Why did I even do it?" Sunset questioned herself. "I could have given up, no harm done. Twilight could have just taken to the ground and I could have tried to just live here. Not much of a life, though." Tears started to sting her eyes. Celestia was right, it wasn't ready. I'm a selfish, egotistical girl with anger management problems. I never listened to her teacher. The one pony who actually cared. Now what do I have? Sunset wrapped her arms around her stomach and let out quiet sobs. "I'm alone. She warned me and I was too stubborn to listen. Why now? Why is this just sinking in now?" Celestia watched the internal struggle the girl was having. She wanted to go around and hug Sunset to calm her down, but this wasn't the time. She needed to battle this out. Something was different about the teen now. She could see it. The look in her eyes changed. Even when angry, she was softer. When Sunset calmed down, Celestia spoke again. "Sunset, you know I cannot let this go unpunished, but I have a feeling it's going to be hard around the school for a while. So in light of that, you're going to attend suspension with Snips and Snail before returning to regular classes." Her tone was as stone cold as it had been when the conversation started, but Sunset didn't care.
Yes, Princess Celestia. Principal Celestia. Sunset said, then her gaze softened. I don't understand why you're doing this. I didn't do anything to deserve it. Celestia let herself relax. Sunset shimmer. Her soothing voice reminded her of the Allegor princess. I believe that everyone deserves a second chance. Thank you, Sunset smiled teary eyed. Now, Celestia stood. It's getting late. You should probably get home. Sunset nodded and left the office, mumbling to herself. A second chance. Alright, author's note. Ha, I'm back. I'll have the next chapter up after midnight, but first things first. Posting schedule. Monday, 10 p.m. Fountain Time. I also have a couple people to thank. First off, my friend. I'm gonna call him Jamie. He hates that name, but whatever. And another friend here on Wattpad, BeachHunter426, for beta reading for beta reading and especially BC because for spelling and grammar editing me. He's a very good friend, and if you like sci toy sunset ship, he's got a really good one. He and I bounce ideas off each other a lot. Anyway, see you on the flip side. How do these fanfic people find other people who have the same interests as them? Like, I mean, I guess this happened years ago. Like, I mean, back like the internet used to be actually feel fucking fun, but this shit is fucking boring now.
All right, so this is another note from the future. Yeah, you can probably hear my bitterness. Like, I promise I'll lighten up. Like, I know I'll lighten up. I promise. And also about the weird audio. All of a sudden, I was just like, I was really experimenting with like background noise and noise reduction and stuff like that. But it'll get better on later because I kind of realized that the noise reduction thing isn't working. So I go back to like having the fan off.
Chapter 2, done with me. Saturday was a busy day for Princess Celestia, Principal Celestia, I'm sorry, and Vice Principal Luna. Celestia had discussed with the school board the nature of the damages to the school. Luna had helped come up with the idea of a gas main explosion, which seemed to please the board, claiming that the school was old and it needed to be checked anyway. The explosion had in fact saved time. They had spent the rest of the day talking to the police and overseeing the crews tarp up the front of the school, with promise of filling the hole at the same point during the week. Both sisters were happy to flop down on the couch, tea in hand. So, Luna spoke after a while. You're sure Miss Shimmer was telling the truth? For the fifth time today, yes. Celestia said. I just hope she can clean up her act. Luna shrugged, taking a sip of her tea. We did. Yes, Celestia said with a frown. But we had a mom and dad to help us. As far as I can tell, Sunset has no one here. Well, she is an illegal immigrant, Luna pointed out. Very funny. Celestia smirked. I'm going to read the comments on that. Okay. I just want to read the comments. I am too, Luna said. But if we interfere, I believe it will make the transition harder. Celestia nodded knowingly. Her and Luna had their fair share of rebelliousness. More so Luna, but they each got into more trouble than they cared to admit. When they first caught Sunset picking on another student, they had to keep an eye on her. As it progressed, they noticed patterns they both had seen in themselves. Sure enough, she had her ultimate defeat. Sunset spent her weekend working a 4-hour shift at the sushi bar on Saturday, but the majority of it was spent laying on her cot in a silent reflection. Well, kind of silent. Every so often, Sunset would yell loudly and punch the wall of the abandoned building, despite her back still being sore. When she got back on Friday, she had looked at her back in the mirror and saw two thick scars on her shoulder blades, where her wings had been in her demonic form, left for her as a reminder she would never be rid of. It didn't bother her, though. There were more important thoughts in her mind. She looked around her room. Since being in this world, Sunset had taken residence in an abandoned apartment building. It was old and dusty, but still sturdy. She tried to keep it clean enough so she didn't get sick or suffocate, but other than that, it wasn't much. The entire room apartment was roughly a classroom and a half. She had found there was a water bastion on the roof that collected rainwater, and though it was cold, it worked for running water and basic hygiene. She had a small camp cot in the corner, a gas-powered camping stove, and a small desk by the small window. Sunset kept her clothes in a large suitcase which she cleaned at the laundromat down the street. The best part was the extension cord she had strung down the alley, where she leached power off the pizzeria of her lamp and laptop. Since Friday, Sunset hadn't felt the same. She found herself calmer, relaxed, and most of all, guilty. It wasn't a new feeling, but over the years she had learned to ignore it. Now it had bubbled to the surface that she remembered every single bad deed, screw up, and the tears she had caused. It made her sick. How could I have been that much trouble? She scolded herself. What made me think anyone deserved that? She rolled out of bed and started to get ready for school, not bothering to wait for her alarm. She rolled. Oh, I already read that. She hadn't come easy. Sleep hadn't come easily to her either. Something had changed in her, she knew that much. But it was too drastic to really be her own will, or was it? She had been a lot of easier going these last months, not picking on people as much. Or at all, really. She left everyone alone until she stole the crown. Sunset found it hard to admit to herself that she actually liked it here. Thumbs were a plus, and here, she felt at home. Not so much in the dump of a house, though. She wanted to stay, but she wasn't accepted by her peers. Never was. Lying and cheating got her to where she was, but she was given a second chance. Just that thought made her smile and she latched onto it. Sorry. Um, not that, she wanted to change and she was going to work hard to do so. With that thought in mind, she left the building, padlocking the door behind her. At Canterlock High, suspensions were different. Depending on the offense, no one would either get one would either get an in-school or out-of-school suspension. Most parents had agreed that some kids just don't get a severe enough punishment at home. Not going to school wasn't much of a punishment, especially for kids with carefree parents, or in Sunset's case, no authority figure at all. So suspension was spent in an isolated room with her, snips and sales. Vice Principal Luna checking in on them. The entirety of the suspension was quiet, something Sunset appreciated. She had a lot to think about, and the silence soothed her mind as she dove into her work. The entire week, however, Snips and Snails had greeted her like they usually did each morning, with their admiration and a twinge of fear. It made her uncomfortable. By all means, they should hate her, but it seemed that they were still loyal to her. Usually, Sunset would be ecstatic, willing to return to power, but the idea in itself just didn't appeal to her. That's what brought her to her current situation. On the last day of their suspension, Sunset had spent the majority of the morning trying and failing to do the schoolwork she was given. There's to be some way to get them to distance themselves, she thought. Sunset knew she was a bad influence on the two. She never denied that. They had just been so useful she didn't care. Now she needs to get them to go and get their own thing, and she needed to do hers. She thought about it, and she just needed to talk to them. Despite being suspended, Luna did. I'm sorry. Luna Luna did let them break for a 15-minute lunch. The boys followed Sunset to the cafeteria, as usual, a little while after the standard lunch period ended. Sunset was grateful for this. The time she spent around other students were, for lack of a better word, horrible. Almost the entire school seemed to despise her. Monday, everyone was treading carefully, but it didn't take long for them to realize something was different. This was only verified when the great and powerful Trixie shoved her into her own locker. Unsurprisingly, it didn't feel that great. Since then, it seemed like the entire student body was getting revenge on her for her reign of terror. It was horrible, and she let them. Luna waited with them to get their lunch, and the older woman could see how the girl kept glancing at the other two, then at her with pleading eyes. At first, this confused the blue-haired educator, but upon closer examination, she realized Sunset was trying to get a message across to the boys, but didn't want to do it while they had an audience. Vice Principal Luna cleared her throat in front of the cafeteria doors. I have to use the restroom. I trust you will get your lunches away from me inside. With that, she turned on her heel and strode back to the hallway. Sunset felt herself relax a little, and after they had gotten their lunch, Sunset led them to a table near the door and sat to wait for Vice Principal Luna. She wasn't sure where to start, so she said the first thing that came to mind. Why don't you guys hate me? The boys looked at her with incredulous looks. I got you suspended, Sunset explained. I treated you like dirt. I got you to treat other people like dirt and didn't let you get close to anybody. I treated you like slaves. They looked at each other, then back at her. Because you're our friend, Snip said. Yeah, Snells added. We liked feeling powerful. Sunset stared at them wide eyed. Was this what they really thought friendship was? They were friends with each other, but not with me, right? Sunset buried her head in her hands. What have I done to them? That's not what being friends is, Sunset spoke, unsure of her words. Is it not? Snip's question. If it isn't, then what is? That made Sunset stop and think. What was being friends like? Now that she thought about it, she came to the shocking realization that she didn't know. She'd been in this world for 6 years, and never once had a person called her a friend. The last friend she had was Princess Celestia, and she pretty much wrote her off when she first stepped through the portal. Sunset decided to be honest with them. I don't know, but I know it's not this. You two are friends. You play video games together and took turns deciding what to do. I never gave you a choice, and for that, Sunset paused, unsure of her next words. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I never treated you like the way you should have been treated. No one in this school deserved it. I'm bitter and angry, and I refuse to let anyone take advantage of anyone anymore. I refuse to let myself take advantage of anyone anymore. The boys looked at her with shocked expression, but the older girl couldn't meet their eyes. Keeping her head down, staring at her, now clasped hands on the table. Snips finally broke the silence. What happened to you? Last week you would have already started to tear down those girls. And you wouldn't have stood for it when Trixie shoved you to your locker, Snips said, or apologized for anything. I know, Sunset said. I don't know what happened to me last week, but I'm done being angry. I'm done being the one ruining friendship. She looked at them with a stern but kind expression. And I'm done dragging you guys down with me. You two deserve better, and I deserve everything I have coming. What do you mean? Snails asked. Or actually, what do you mean? Snails asked. As of right now, you're done with me, and I'm going to stay away from you, she said. I'd rather you join the majority in hating me than face the repercussions of my isn't it repercussions? Repercussions of my mistakes. As my last order for you guys, don't argue and stay away. Just then, Luna walked in. Little did the three know she had listened to their entire conversation, genuinely surprised what the girl had done. Luna had no doubt in her mind that Sunset was being honest with her sister, and looking at her now, she could see something had definitely changed, and probably for the better. Luna, after they had finished eating, escorted Snips and Snails to their class, ending their suspension early. When she had released the boy, she could have sworn she had saw a genuine smile on the girl's face. Alright, that's the end of chapter 2. Sorry for the slip-ups, I don't know. This has been a long day. Chapter 3. Claustrophobia. Morning came at last, much to Sunset's displeasure. It was her first day back into the regular school day since her suspicion ended. She took a breath as she stepped off the bus in front of the school. She couldn't help but wonder if she had made anyone this terrified to enter the school. She walked across the street and could already feel the hateful gazes upon her and the odd insults shouted or whispered. When they first started, she had handled them well, but the more hate she endured, the more it seemed to sting. Almost everyone in the school was in on this, and Sunset let them get all their anger out. They had every right. One thing did puzzle her, though. Other than Snips and Snails, there were 5 people who never gave her any trouble. Rainbow Dash, Fluttershy, Rarity, Pinkie Pie, and Applejack. All they did was watch her and study her every move when they could see her. To be fair, though, they did have to hit her with their rainbow laser. They were probably just being careful. Not a moment after opening her locker, she was shoved inside of it. When the door closed, she could see Trixie standing there with a triumphant grin on her face through the gates. I hope you like it in there, Trixie said as she stepped forward. Sunset's eyes widened. She had locked her in. Even Sunset thought this was over the top. Never had she ever locked someone in a locker. It was dangerous, especially if that person was claustrophobic. The one thing Sunset refused to do was to do anything that would cause physical harm to the receiving party. Now she was trapped in feeling the tendrils of claustrophobia closing in. Why does my voice sound like this?
I sound like a fucking anime protagonist. Trixie laughed as Sunset banged against the door while trying not to hyperventilate, but it wasn't working. I sound like the fucking 10-year-old anime character voiced by a woman. She was starting to have a hard time breathing as the bell rang for class and the hallway cleared. She knew very well that most teenagers wouldn't even remember she was in there come next period. She panicked more. After a futile effort of trying to open the door, she became frantic and desperate, trying to beat the door open with her head. Having lost all self-control, Sunset started to tremble as her breathing quickened and her heart beat hard in her chest to the point it felt like it would break out. She was forced to stop beating her locker as she was now gasping for breath, now having a full-blown panic attack. Sunset's mind was blank as she fought for breath. Lock combo. A voice tried to reach her, but she was having a hard time getting it to register. The muffled sounds of more voices sounded outside the locker, but Sunset couldn't make them out. Breathe, a voice came in, one she recognized but couldn't place or describe at the moment, but somehow it reached her and she tried to slow her breathing. We need your combination to get you out, it said again. Just breathe. She tried to say something, but she couldn't work her jaw and the world started spinning. She just slammed her head on the door once to try to say that. Slammed her head on the door once to try to say that she heard them. Knock it, the voice suggested. Try knocking the combination. Sunset slammed her knee against the locker twice. 2? The voice confirmed. She knocked again, but this one taking more time. 25. One last knock. 7. With that, Sunset heard a click and the door was yanked open. Sunset was a little calmer, but her legs were like jelly, and she fell forward, but 2 hands gripped her lightly and led her so she was sitting on the ground against the lockers. Her shoulders shook as she brought her knees up to bury her head. A hand laid itself on her shoulder and another rubbed her back, telling her to breathe, walking her through some breathing exercises. You're okay, you're okay. This voice was different, much softer than the other one, but as she started to calm down, she realized she still didn't know who her saviors were. Had a burp. Looking up from her knees, she almost started to panic again as she saw just who came to her rescue. Fluttershy was the one rubbing her back while Rainbow Dash and Applejack stood not too far away in their gym clothes, concerned looks all over their faces. Fluttershy still held a sweet and comforting smile. Sunset honestly didn't know what to do. She was just sitting there. She just sat there staring wide-eyed at the girls in front of her. She had honestly thought Trixie would have saved her before they did. I gotta work on my Fluttershy voice. I practice. I can't do anything better than this. Are you alright? Fluttershy asked with genuine concern. That was a cruel move Trixie made, Rainbow Dash spoke. Not even you would lock us in the door. Not even you would lock the door. Applejack elbowed her ribs. Fluttershy saw what happened. Pinky went to get the principal Celestia and the school nurse. They had all finally realized that Sunset hadn't said anything, only stared. Rainbow waved a hand in front of her face, causing the girl to look up at her. When she did, Rainbow's eyes went wide, turning to look at Applejack. Fluttershy carefully moved Sunset's hair to the side and gasped, looking back at her friends. Sliding down of her nose was a streak of red oozing from a gash in the middle of her fire head. Are you feeling alright, Sugar Cube? Fuck. Are you feeling alright, Sugar Cube? Applejack asked. Sunset didn't answer. She was having a hard time concentrating on what was going on. Eyes wandering and ears ringing. Her only solid thoughts were, why are they helping me? Why are they treating me so nicely? Sunset heard various feet coming down the hallway, but she just stared forward. Fluttershy moved aside as another person knelt in front of her, moving her hair. She winced as the other person's fingers played with a painful spot in her forehead. Sunset, the voice said. Who is this? Oh, this is a nurse. I don't know what the nurse sounds like. Sunset, the voice said. Can you hear me? Sunset nodded slightly. Does your head hurt? She asked. Another nod, though Sunset felt it was kind of a rhetorical question. Look at me, Nurse Tenderheart ordered, and Sunset does as she's told. Try to follow my finger. The school nurse, Nurse Tenderheart, slowly moved her finger in front of the Sunset. She was definitely trying, but her eyes ended up all over the place. Tenderheart looked up at Principal Celestia, who turned to the other four girls. Tell me what happened, the principal ordered. Rainbow Dash was the one to answer. Fluttershy saw Trixie lock Sunset in her locker, so she came and got me and Applejack. Applejack managed to get her to give us her combination. She was... Damn it. She was having a panic attack, Fluttershy couldn't. I think she got desperate and started hitting her head against the locker. Sunset mumbled, speaking for the first time since getting out of the locker. What? Rainbow questioned. Sunset took a shaky breath. I had it coming. I deserved it. Nurse Tenderheart looked at Celestia with a concerned expression on her face. Before she could say anything, Rainbow spoke up. She locked you in there, Rainbow protested. Not even you did that. You could have seriously hurt yourself. I'm fine, Sunset said adamantly, yes. She tried to get up, but as soon as she did, she started to feel dizzy and fell back down, grunting as her butt hit the tile. Ultimately, she felt like throwing up. The nurse took another look at her head, moving the younger girl's hair to reveal a moderately sized gash in the middle of her forehead, likely made by Sunset repeatedly slamming her head on the inside of the locker. How are you feeling, Sunset? Tender asked in an effort to keep the girl from passing out. It took a moment for her to gather her thoughts to respond. Tired and nauseous. Her gaze met the other four. Yeah, okay, this is a typo. Her gaze met the other four teens in the hallway. Why do you guys even care? The girls looked at each other, but the nurse spoke before they had a chance. I think she gave herself a concussion, she said to Celestia. Celestia bit her lip. Usually in this situation, she would call a parent or guardian to come get her and take her to the hospital, but this wasn't just any situation. She checked her watch and frowned. There was no way she had time to get the girl to the hospital unless she left her there alone. That was not an option. Take Sunset to the infirmary and keep an eye on her, Celestia said, then looked towards the other girls. Applejack and Rainbow will assist you. Everyone else go to class. I will deal with Trixie. Sunset's head shot up. No! The volume of her own voice sent a wave of pain through her temples, and she gripped her head before continuing in a lower volume. It'll just make things worse. Leave it alone. I can't just let this stand, Sunset. If Fluttershy hadn't got her friends, you would have probably done more damage to yourself, Celestia said. Please, she pleaded. Leave it alone, just this once. Celestia thought for a moment. Sunset had done a lot of things to the student body, and most of them seemed to be geared towards revenge. Sunset wasn't violent. Celestia knew that, but if the girl wasn't willing to punish another student's actions, there really wasn't anything she could do. The principal sighed. If you're not willing to press the issue, there's nothing I can do. However, if anything like this happens again, I will have to act. Sunset made an audible grunt as Applejack and Rainbow Dash lifted her up. Fine. After that, the group dispersed, and they made their way to the infirmary, Sunset having no choice but to use the girls as support. I can walk on my own, Sunset said stubbornly. You don't have to do this. Applejack raised a brow. I'm sorry, but we just watched you almost pass out. Besides, Rainbow said, Twilight asks us to look out for you, and that's what we're going to do. Sunset forced him to stop. Why? Because we promised, Applejack said simply. Twilight's in Equestria for another 30 moons, Sunset grumbled, and you don't owe me anything. The two girls pulled Sunset along as they continued. It's not like we haven't thought about that, Applejack admitted. We actually discussed it this morning, and from what we've seen last week, this is going to be a lot harder on you than it was for anyone else. You're just one person. Sunset, and there was... You're just one person, Sunset, and there was only so much you could do. Now the entire student body's against you. We are only giving you one chance, Rainbow continued. Twilight seemed to think you could change, and that's good enough for now. Sunset was shocked, but she was too tired to take it all in. They were silent for the rest of the trip. Once they let Sunset down on one of the beds in the infirmary, Nurse Tenderheart went about cleaning up Sunset's head as they headed to class. You did a number on yourself, she told the girl. Sunset averted her eyes. She was afraid to admit she had a panic attack, and that she would have done anything to get out of the locker. That also meant using her head as a battering ram, not one of her brightest ideas. I'm sure you're tired and want to go to sleep, the nurse said softly, but you need to try to stay awake for an hour at least, just to be safe. Sunset nodded as the nurse went over to her desk and started to write something down on her computer. She huddled on the bed, head in her knees, feeling like she was hit with a train and started to develop a painful migraine. Sunset knew how concussions worked and why she had to stay awake, but it was better said than done. It was hard to keep her eyes open, so she took out her earbuds and phone, playing music quietly to give her something to focus on. She had a feeling this would be a painfully long day. So that's the end of that chapter. All right, chapter 4. This might be the last chapter I read for this video. Author's note. Hey everyone, thanks for reading Scars. So I had a little mix up over on Fanfiction where I got to post the first chapter, so I'm posting 2 chapters today. As an apology, so all my sites get 2 chapters, so enjoy. I actually forgot people would post on like a bunch of different websites. I don't know if I said this, but I'm writing fic right now. I'm gonna have to, cheat and like post on like 13 different websites or something. Chapter 4. Stay. The 5 heroes of the fall formal sat at their table in the back of the cafeteria. Since the formal, everything had seemed more relaxed and happy. Groups were mixing and secret friendships had been revealed. The only time there was any sort of negative energy was when Sunset was around, but it was always the hate and bidding off the other students. The 4 girls from this morning had somber expressions on their faces. Sure, the fiery-haired girl had put their friendship through the ringer, but it's not like the entire group was divided. Some were still friends with the ones who hadn't been thought to have wronged them, and their friendships was even patched up quickly. Everyone admitting to have played a part in the reason it stayed broken. Just because Sunset Shimmer had planted the seeds, it didn't mean she deserved to have the entire student body against her. Pinky had filled Rarity in on what had happened during the first period, home economics class, when the pink girl walks in late with a note from the principal and a less than upbeat attitude. Rarity was outraged and was honestly shocked that Sunset had refused to let Principal Celestia take any sort of action. Has Sunset been to any of her classes lately? Rarity asked the girls. I passed by her math class just before the bell rang for lunch, Applejack said. She wasn't there. Rainbow thought for a moment before coming to a realization. Do any of us have any classes with her? They all looked at each other before Pinkie Pie spoke. We have art together. Every second day. But that's it. Yeah, Rainbow spoke. Isn't she an honor student? I think so. I think so. I don't fucking know how to do Fluttershy's voice. I think so. I think so, Fluttershy said. She does get a lot of school awards. I just hope she's okay. Applejack frowned. She was in a pretty bad way when we left her. So? Rarity said in a serious tone. We're in agreement then. Rainbow nodded. My selling point was when she didn't want Trixie to even face punishment. I would have let her be locked up. After that. She was being picked on and shoved in lockers when she was in the halls all of last week, Rarity said. She didn't so as much as complain or say a word. I can't speak English. She didn't so as much as complain or say a word. I don't think she's taken as well as she's letting on, though, said Fluttershy. What makes you say that, darling? Rarity asked her timid friend. She said she deserved it. No one taking being bullied well would say that, she explained, especially if they were already feeling guilty. I'm also willing to bet that she's claustrophobic. She was desperate enough to give herself a concussion. You're right, Applejack said. I think Trixie needs a good butt kicking. I don't think that's a good idea, Rarity said. If we want to give her the chance she deserves, we need her to trust us enough to open up about herself. That means we should respect her wishes of not acting on Trixie. Rarity deadpanned Rainbow Dash, no matter how much she deserves it. Rainbow crossed her arms and gave a huff. She looked at her purple-haired friend and nodded her understanding. Pinkie Pie and I are going to take her to the hospital after lunch, since there isn't anyone else who can take her, Fluttershy said in her usual quiet voice. Yep, Pinkie Pie said. I don't have my what's Pinkie Pie's voice? I don't have my test until next week, so Maud is going to drive. Is that her sister?
We should probably get going, Fluttershy said,
standing up and grabbed her tray.
Right.
Pinkie Pie bounced up and followed the other girl. See you guys later. Everyone waved off Pinkie, and Fluttershy continued to eat their lunches. Nurse Tenderheart sighed. It had been quiet as she finally finished her paperwork for the morning and looked at the girl in bed. Sorry. She had been really quiet, and there was quite a few times she had to go make sure she was still awake. It was lunchtime for the students, so the hour had far passed, but she still didn't think it would be a good idea to let her sleep. Sunset was feeling really terrible. She felt as if her head had a construction site on it, and she wanted to throw up, as if she had multiple times since, as she had multiple times since coming to the nurse's office. She wanted to fall asleep, but she knew better. So she was content on lying on her back with an arm draped around her face to block out any light, headphones in. Nurse Tender, he hard, yeah, it's spelled wrong, tapped Sunset on the shoulder to make sure she was still with her. Sunset groaned that she was still awake. I know you want to sleep right now, but you should go see a doctor first, Tenderheart said. Are you sure there's anyone who can take you? No, Sunset stated. Your parents are out of town a lot, Tenderheart mused. Sunset grunted just as there was a knock at the door. Nurse Tenderheart, a soft voice called into the room. Is everything all right? Nurse Tenderheart walked to the door. Fluttershy, how are you? Fluttershy nodded. I'm fine, thank you. Is Sunset here? Nurse Tenderheart stepped aside and gestured towards Sunset. Fluttershy nodded gratefully and made her way to the other girl. Sunset, how are you feeling? Fluttershy asked as she approached the other girl. The fiery girl groaned. Like I used my head as a battering ram. She shifted to see Fluttershy. What are you doing here? To check on you, she said, fidgeting nervously. What? Sunset asked curiously. Why are you so nervous? Well, she stammered. I'm also here to take you to the hospital. Why? Sunset asked, surprised by the revelation. Because you need to see a doctor and you don't have anyone to take you. Fluttershy said quietly, but Sunset could still hear. It's fine, Fluttershy, Sunset said. You don't have to. I can just take the bus. Fluttershy knew Sunset was going to try to talk her out of it, and usually the shy girl wasn't having it. She crossed her arms and spoke. Oh, really? Get up then. Okay, Sunset said, sitting up and gripping her head, being careful to avoid the cut on her forehead. She swung her legs over the side of the bed and went to get up, but a voice stopped her. If you're thinking of going yourself, Celestia said as she approached the bed, I would advise against it. The younger girl sighed and looked up at the three people in front of her. Look, I'm fine, really. I just have a bit of a headache. As far as Sunset was concerned, she was just a nuisance to these people. It was all her own fault she had made Trixie hate her so much. Though Sunset had never actually shoved her in a locker, the other gifted kids, yes, but that was it, and it was her own actions that got her in this situation to begin with. What am I even thinking? She thought. There's no way anyone's going to give me a second chance. I really screwed things up for myself. I deserve this. All of this. I wanted to stop this months ago, but I didn't. I wasn't strong enough to stop. I was afraid that this very thing would happen. Me powerless. Sunset, Celestia said gently. I don't know what you're thinking, but I insist you let Fluttershy take you to the doctor. I can't force you, but I think it would be the best. Sunset looked up at the three. No, two people staring at her. Where did Fluttershy go? Whatever, she probably had better things to do. I just want to go home, Sunset decided, if he would even call it that. Celestia bit her lip nervously, unsure of what to do. She was stuck. If Sunset wanted to go home, there really wasn't anything she could do. Not without hearing about it from the school board or authorities anyway. Just then, Fluttershy walked back in the room with a smile on her face. And much to Sunset's surprise, she grabbed Sunset's arm and gave it a tug, getting her on her feet. Sunset was so tired she didn't even resist, just stared at the pink-haired student. I'll make sure she gets home safely, Fluttershy told the principal. Fluttershy gave Celestia a look that made the woman sigh in relief. If you don't make it back for class, I'll be sure that you don't get in trouble. Fluttershy nodded and let Sunset shimmer out of the room and down the hall. Sunset was still a little wobbly, but she wasn't nearly as dizzy as she had been. You're not taking me home, are you? Sunset mumbled, still thinking this was an issue for Fluttershy. Fluttershy continued leading her down the hall, and as the new front of doors came into the view, she spoke. No, we're going to take you to see a doctor. She sounded almost irritated, but it was clear it wasn't directly at Sunset. We? Sunset questioned. As they stepped outside the doors, they made their way across the courtyard to where a stone gray car was idling. Leaning against it was a mass of fluffy pink hair who jumped up straight as she saw them approach and opened the back door. Fluttershy, Sunset, a voice obviously Pinkie Pie spoke with both worry and excitement. I was starting to worry something happened. Well, something did happen, but it's not something I was worried about. Something else. Not that I wasn't worried about this has something, but thank you, Pinkie, Fluttershy interrupted. But we should get it going. We should get going. Pinkie helped Sunset to the car as Fluttershy went around to the other backseat door to sit next to her. The rambunctious girl slipped into the passenger seat, then turned to face Sunset. Sunset, Pinkie said with a smile, pulling her attention to her. This is my big sister, Maud. We're going to get along great. Maud, this is my new friend Sunset. They got the fiery teen's attention. Friend? She just called me her friend. Must be the excuse she used to get her to drive me to the hospital. Hello. Maud said in the most uninterested, monotone voice Sunset had ever heard. Nice to meet you. Sunset was unsure of how to respond. Likewise, thank you for driving me. Her voice was groggy, but it held no negativity, so she called that a win. You're welcome. I'm happy to help. Maud said as she pulled away from the school. Sunset sat quietly, almost falling asleep a few times during the ride, but Fluttershy managed to keep her awake by shaking her shoulder every time she started to nod off. It did annoy Sunset, but she understood why she was doing it. Now that she thought about it, Sunset realized that she really might not wake up if she went to sleep, without first checking with the doctor. I really did a number in my head. Sunset looked at her over to Fluttershy. Still, I don't know why, of all people, that she would help me. It's Pinkie Pie and Fluttershy. This world's people are hard to understand. They pulled up to the front doors in the emergency room, and the two pink-haired teens got Sunset out of the car and into the building, while Maud went to find parking. Sunset got checked in after a little heart attack. Sunset got checked in after a little heart attack when questioned about her parents, but Fluttershy acted quickly, telling them they were out of town on business. Fluttershy steadied Sunset as they went and sat down in the waiting area. Fluttershy and Pinkie Pie sitting to the either side of her. Really, guys, Sunset spoke, I'm fine. There's no point in you staying. Then how are you getting home? Pinkie Pie asked. I can walk, Sunset told her, or take a bus. You really don't need to be here. Fluttershy looked at her quizzically. Do you have anyone you can call? Sunset shook her head. Do you have anyone you would prefer to be here? Another head shake. Do you want to be alone? Sunset stared at Fluttershy, slack-jawed, unsure how to respond. She could admit that she didn't want to be alone, especially now where she was having a hard time getting her bearings. She wanted someone there. Having the two girls there made her feel safe, but she didn't want them to feel like they were forced to be there. It isn't who she wanted to be anymore. She didn't want to be selfish. I don't want you to feel like you have to be here, Sunset said finally. I don't care what the princess said. You don't have to look after me. I've been left to my own devices this long. I don't need you here. I can handle myself. She shifted so she could bring her knees to her chest. I don't want to be the one to keep you from doing something you'd rather be doing. You didn't answer my question, Fluttershy pressed. Sunset gripped her legs to get tighter, sighing in defeat. No, but you guys can leave if you want. Do you want us to leave? Pinkie Pie asked. And don't say what you think we want to hear, or what you think we would spare our feelings. If you don't want us to leave, say so. If you do, that's fine too. And wow, that was weird to say to you. Man, I'm like, we're almost done. Fluttershy giggled. I'm not going to lie, that was a bit strange. After a small chuckle from Pinkie Pie, both eyes returned to the red and gold hair teen. So, do you want us to leave, or do you want us to stay? Pinkie Pie asked. Sunset could feel tears welling in her eyes. Are they serious? Will they actually stay if I ask them? What if they laugh and leave anyway? I don't want to be here alone. I hate hospitals, but who doesn't? I guess there's only one way to know for sure. Not like I have anything else to lose. Even if they are willing to give me a second chance, like Rainbow Dash said. Not sure if I believe that either. Sunset muttered, Stay. Fluttershy and Pinkie Pie smiled at her. Pinkie grabbed Sunset in a hug and said, Of course you want to stay. We wouldn't be here if we didn't. Very loudly, making Sunset wince painfully at the sound. Pinkie Pie, you're talking too loud, Maud said as she came in and sat across from the girls. She's got a concussion. Her ears are probably really sensitive. Oops, Pinkie Pie said in a hushed voice. Sorry, Sunset. It's fine, she responded, a small smile on her face. Alright, this is the end of chapter 4. We're done. I'm reading the comments. This is so relatable. I'm not going to continue commenting. Yeah. That's it. I'm just going to leave now. Bye. So, Loki, hold on. So, you shouldn't hear the fan now. This is like the other direction. And I'm close to the mic, so my voice should be overwhelming the sound. So, Loki, I'm going to open the store on my other phone. Hold on. And since my other phone doesn't have 5G or 4G or anything, I don't have to look at ads. No one likes hospitals. Like most hospitals, it was a little over an hour before a doctor was free to see Sunset, and no one was at all surprised that he had said she had a second-grade concussion. He ordered a CT scan to be sure, and they were surprised when the hospital could take her immediately, but the doctor instructed Pinkie Pie, Maud, and Fluttershy to remain in the waiting room. Sunset was relieved that she had gotten her paperwork all sorted out 6 months prior. It was the reason Sunset lived in an abandoned building. All her extra money was being saved so she would have the papers she needed, just in case something happened or she chose to stay. The doctor had told her the scan took about 30 minutes, but she had to stay perfectly still. This Sunset already knew. I don't know why my app just closed for literally no reason. This Sunset already knew. They had those machines in Equestria. She needed one while she was a filly, when a stack of books fell on her head while in Princess Celestia's library in the palace. It was probably one of the worst days she had before she started to get cruel. Celestia had been so concerned for her well-being that she had put off her royal duties for the entire day just to sit in the hospital. Sunset had been out cold for a few hours that day, having knocked herself unconscious again while trying to prove she could walk fine, tripping over her own hooves and face-planting against a wall. Sunset let the doctor know she was a little claustrophobic, so he gave her tips on how to handle it as he was not too fond of small space. He also had put music on through the speakers to help her relax. The half hour passed quickly and she was taken back into the waiting room to await results. Though she was still tired and had a headache, she was walking a lot better and no longer felt like vomiting, so she considered that another win. The doctor told me to wait until the scans were ready, Sunset said, as she plopped down in her seat between Pinkie and Fluttershy. How are you feeling? Fluttershy asked. Sunset took a deep breath. My head hurts and I'm tired, but I feel better, thanks. Now I can actually think. That's great, Pinkie Pie said. We should have congratulations on feeling better party. Sunset gave Pinkie an incredulous look. Why? Because I like to make people happy with parties, she said. I love to throw them. If you really want to make people happy, don't have one where I'm invited, Sunset said, leaning back in her chair. But that wouldn't make you happy, silly, Pinkie said. Sunset rolled her eyes and closed them. Who cares if I'm happy? I haven't been actually happy in years, and I don't really care. I made your lives miserable, and now you're sitting with me in a hospital after I gave myself a concussion. Well, Fluttershy spoke, you wanted us to stay. That's what friends do. Friends? Sunset paused and could feel a tear leaking from her eye. You're not my friends. I barely know you. What I do know about you, I used to destroy you. Sunset looked at Fluttershy. I don't deserve to be friends with you. She wasn't angry. All three girls could see that, and all of them could see the sadness in her eyes. Finally, she sighed. You guys should go. It's getting late. I'm okay to take the bus home. Are you sure? Pinkie Pie asked. At least one of us could stay with you. No, it's all right. Sunset waved her hand off. Thank you for staying as long as you did. I really do appreciate it. They all nodded. The two other teens even gave her a hug she couldn't bring herself to return. Sunset waved them off with a sad smile. She was sad to see them go, but she was the one who sent them away. They would have stayed as long as she wanted them to. Besides, she didn't really want them to know where she lived.
Friends? Sunset questioned, closing her eyes. Friends with me? That doesn't sound right. They're friends with Twilight. They promised to look after me. That's what they stayed, and I sent them away. I don't want them mixed up in my problems just because they're friends with me. They probably won't bother with me come tomorrow anyway. Sunset jumped when her name was called. Dr. Horse was waiting with a smile on his face. The teen went over and followed him into a nearby room that looked exactly like a clinic's exam room. Not an emergency room, but it was a lot better than the rest of the musty, sterile rooms in the hospital. So, this is going to be short and sweet, the doctor smiled. You're going to be fine. It was only a grade 2, and you seem to be doing a lot better since you came in. Your friends were really nice to bring you here. Sunset frowned. They're not my friends. I don't have any. He raised his eyebrow. If they're not your friends, then why did they wait for you? They're just being nice, she said. They have no reason to be. I bullied them since I started high school. He nodded. How did you end up like that then? Some girl shoved me in a locker and locked it. Sunset explained. I had a panic attack and tried to bust it open with my head. As you can see, it didn't end well. Uh, yes, you dented the locker. Custodian isn't going to like that. He said it with a completely serious expression. Sunset couldn't help but choke a little bit at his joke. Probably not. So, what was the name of this girl? He asked. Trixie, Sunset said honestly. I just want to let it go. If she gets punished, it's only going to make things worse for me. Principal Celestia knows it was her, though. Am I good to go home now? Yes, Dr. Horse said. No physical activity until your headache goes away. If you walk to school, take it easy or take the bus. Yes, sir, she said, with a salute and a smile. Can I have a note from my gym teacher? Of course, he smiled, chuckling at the girl's sense of humor. They sat in silence as he scribbled on his clipboard. He handed Sunset a piece of paper with a note written on it. Then she folded it up and put it in her pocket. Thanks, she smiled. You're welcome. He nodded as he held the door open for her. You really should rethink that friendship thing. You'll probably like it. Sunset left out a word and made it just in time to board the bus home. Sunset stood in the middle of the courtyard late at night, looking at the scene unfold in front of her. The student body was hypnotized and her demon self hovered in the sky, looking down on Princess Twilight. A ball of dark magic formed in her hands. This was a scene Sunset had watched unfold every time she closed her eyes. The only exception was the dreamless sleep she had the night of the event. It haunted her, but she would never let her fears show in the waking world. It was a few days after the fall formal that she made the terrifying realization. It had been a lot of the reason she wanted to keep the 5 girls away from her. She was dangerous and didn't want them to get hurt. It was so close. They got in the way of her target. They should have never gotten hit with that ball of darkness. Yet her target was no different. Innocent, pure, everything Sunset had pushed away in favor of greed, anger, hate, revenge, power. The demon chuckled. The demon chucked the ball at the princess, and her friends ran in at the last moment. Even now, Sunset felt relief when she saw that barrier around them. Just that barrier made her want to cry with joy. Then, unlike the previous dreams, the scene rewound. Again, the ball flew, this time no barrier. The dream shoved her forwards to look at the damage. 6 girls lay on the ground, battered and bloody. No life was left. No friendship was present, just depression. Sunset fell to her knees and cried angrily. No, she sobbed. They didn't deserve this. Why did I let it get so far? This is what you wanted, isn't it? Her demon placed a hand on her back. It seared through her clothes, giving birth to her new wings. They were in your way. They were doing the right thing, Sunset yelled. Now they're gone. I'm a monster. Why do you care? The demon asked. You said they're not your friends. Because I don't deserve to have any, cried Sunset. They never deserved anything I did to them. This is my punishment. Yes, the demon mused. We always said friendship was a weakness. It would always lead to feelings we don't have room for. I hate that I thought like that, Sunset said. Look where that philosophy got me. But you could start again, the demon laughed evilly. This pathetic school could be at your knees once again. No, I don't want it, Sunset said. At that moment, she was in the locker again. She demon, monster, sinner. Just go die in a ditch, devil. The insults of her fellow students could be heard until she reached the raking world. Her greatest fear was that she could have become little more than a killer, and that was a thought wouldn't bear to live with. That's the end of chapter 5. I don't know if you just heard me scratch my head. That was loud. Ahem. I want an orange. I need some oranges. I'm hungry. I fucking love oranges. Chapter 6, Broken. Celestia sat in her office on Tuesday morning, mulling over the previous day's events. Shit. Sunset's words concerned her. I had it coming. I deserved it. No one deserved to think like that, former bully or not. She was thankful that Fluttershy and Pinkie Pie had taken the girl to the hospital. She was sure no other student or even staff would have been kind enough to stay with her either. I hope she can handle herself, Celestia thought. If at least one student can see that she's trying, perhaps they can help her through this. Those 5 girls seemed to see it. For what my sister told me, she pushed Snips and Snails away. A good thing for them, and a great thing for Sunset. Sunset had done, but now she's alone. Sister, a voice spoke, snapping Celestia from her thoughts, grabbing her attention to the dark-haired vice principal at the door to her office. Luna, come in, Celestia greeted. The younger woman sat at one of the chairs across from her desk. Sunset Shimmer just dropped this off at the front desk. Luna placed a folded parchment on the desk. Opening it, Celestia saw that it was a doctor's note, explaining the situation. She bit her lip. Dr. Horse suggests counseling and not for her injury, Luna said when Celestia placed the letter on her desk. However, it's only been a couple of weeks. There's still a chance this will right itself. Yes, I know, but I'm just concerned, Celestia said. If this doesn't right itself, it will get a lot worse. She doesn't have anyone at home to look after her. Yes, I did look into that as you asked, Luna nodded. The address actually exists, but I have a feeling it's not where she lives. So we don't know where she's staying? Celestia contemplated. Or even if she has a place to stay. Sister. Luna placed her hands over Celestia's. She isn't exactly unkempt. She obviously has somewhere to stay. I mean. The woman sighed. You're right, I'm probably just overreacting. I have to say though, Luna leaned back in her chair. I do like this behind the backs of the board thing for you. You have for Sunset. It's not like she doesn't have proper papers. Just odd circumstances. Celestia smirked. That's probably because your innate desire to undermine any kind of authority. Ah, yes, Luna smiled wickedly. But now I am the authority, and I can But now I am in authority, and I can catch those that I want to go against. And I can catch those that want to go against it. I just need to keep in practice to properly do my job. You're still such a child, Celestia laughed. Yes, the younger sister. Oh yes, the younger sister smirked, but a child with authority, and their own money to buy video games. The sisters laughed and continued to chat until Luna reluctantly returned to her offense, embracing her psychotic joy of seeing troublemakers squirm under her gaze. Sunset's week had been straight from Tartarus. Now Friday, she sat at the very back corner of her chemistry class. Usually she would choose a spot at the front, closer to the teacher so she wouldn't be distracted by the other students. This week, however, Sunset wanted to be able to see everyone in the room to watch her back. For the entirety of the week, she donned a pair of sunglasses with cyan frames, darker than her natural eye color, with black tinted lenses. She had woken up with a killer headache every day but now. It was at a more manageable level, and her now recurring nightmare of killing the 5 girls terrified and haunted her to no end. It had always played out like it did at the night of the fall formal, the girls shielded by the magic inside of them.
That thought alone had been enough to help her relax. Now, though, she saw exactly what could have been, and it scared her. Every morning she went around the school, counting off each girl in order to let herself breathe. Come on, Sunset, they're fine. The fall former was 2 weeks ago. Sunset told herself, I'm not a killer. Even I know that wasn't really me. I tried to stop, I just wasn't strong enough. This was a battle she'd been having with herself all morning, between the whispers and paper balls being thrown at her. Between that and her headache, Sunset couldn't pay attention to the lesson. She'd have to revise on her own time. The morning passed and the bell finally rang for lunch. Sunset was quick in getting out of the classroom and rushing down the hallway. No one could see because of the tinted lenses, but her eyes darted from one person to another, listening to the snickers. Some students bumped into her or outright shoved her out of the way, like she was some pest that needed to be squashed. She ran outside around the side of the building, getting away from people as quick as possible. She was not only avoiding the rest of the students, but also the 5 girls she had wronged the most. They also happened to be the only ones who weren't giving her a hard time, and no doubt saw her efforts to change. During the week, she had tried to be fairly friendly, giving small smiles in the hallway. There were a few instances where she had let the nerds out of the lockers. Shit. Where she had let the nerds out of lockers and helped others pick up papers or books they had dropped. During her free period, she found herself in the library, reading or helping Miss Shirley catalog the books. Is that how you say it? Shirley? 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 At first, the mild-mannered librarian had been surprised when she first offered and was hesitant to allow it. It only took a half hour of watching the teen put the books away, getting distracted every so often as she opened that one piqued her interest. Sunset never got through putting away her pile, but Shirley started to enjoy the young girl's company, occasionally chatting about books they both read. I should have just stayed home, she sighed. Not like it's getting any better. They'll be stomping on me until graduation. I don't know why I even bothered coming back at all, Sunset said aloud as she slammed to the fleshy surface. Sorry, Sunset muttered. I wasn't paying attention. That was the best thing you've said since coming to this school. An unmistakable voice spoke. Sunset looked up from her feet and saw Trixie was blocking her path, to the side of the school, a few feet behind the blue girl. Thanks, Sunset said sarcastically. I mean, you are going to regret everything you've done. Trixie ignored her. I'm the great and powerful Trixie. Trixie. Fuck, let me do that again. I'm the great and powerful Trixie. Justice and giver of counter like high. You'll pay for what you've done, now that your power is all gone. You're a monster, Sunset. A creature so vile. Should never have had a name so beautiful. Sunset at this moment was glad for her sunglasses. Tears started to sting her eyes at every word she had said. I never thought words could hurt this much. Is she right, though? Is that what I've become? A monster? Trixie smiled wickedly. Who let you out of that locker anyway? You were gone when I went to let you out at lunch. She placed a finger on her chin and thought. Actually, I don't know your combination, the girl shrugged. No matter. It seems enough to scare you off for the day. Point Trixie. As she spoke, Trixie was inching her way towards her. Every step Trixie took, Sunset took another step back. Now the blue girl had Sunset pinned against the lockers. Now the tears were evident through the glasses, because of the streaks they left on her cheeks. Her expression, though, seemed to remain neutral. Behind them, 3 more girls came out from hiding. 2 of them were Trixie's lackeys. The others was someone who Sunset actually left be, only for fear of getting her face pounded in. Gilda was definitely bigger than her, and had a temper even shorter than the fairy-haired teens. They had a silent agreement when Sunset had ruled the school to stay out of each other's way. Now it seemed that agreement was null and void. What did she sound like? Hey, dweeb. Gilda smiled. I never thought I'd see the day where you were the one cowering. Sunset remained silent. Gilda grabbed Sunset's collar and slammed her against the lockers. What? You're not even gonna fight back? Lame. Where were you Monday, huh? I was waiting for you.
My girls and I thought you'd gone free long enough. Look, Gilda, Tracy smirked, taking off Sunset's glasses. Turns out she's not as tough as she looks. Gilda lifted her off the ground, forcing Sunset to grip the older girl's arm, laughing. Wow, I never thought I'd see the day Sunset Shimmer broke. You're miserable, aren't you? Dweeb. You know you deserve this, right? You did this to yourself. Uh, I... Sunset gasped out. I never did anything to you, Gilda. Because you stayed out of my way, and I stayed out of yours. Gilda sneered. But you were worth something then. You had dirt on me, and you had a school. Now you're just trash. Basura. Gilda gave Sunset a right hook to the right of the head. She didn't say that, but Gilda gave Sunset a right hook to the of her head, leaving the girl sprawling onto the ground. Sunset rolled over only to have the weight of Gilda's combat boot rest on her stomach, and glared down triumphantly before lifting her foot, kicking the girl in the side. Sunset cried out in pain, then managed to prop herself against the wall. You're nothing, Shimmer. You're just a bug for others to squash. Sunset looked up at Gilda. A small, sad smile greeted the girl. You don't have to tell me that I made a mistake. I'm trying to be better now. I'm just letting people take out their frustration, so you're right. I am nothing. Glinda clenched her fist and lifted Sunset off the ground again. I'm hoping to wipe that smirk off your worthless little face. True. Each word let another tear loose from Sunset's eyes, but she was starting to get used to it. She had hit rock bottom, but somehow, the students that kinda like high beat her even lower. That's karma for you, Sunset mused. I was bound to get what I deserved. Put her down! A girl's voice called. All present looked in the direction of the voice to see Rainbow Dash and her friends, standing at the corner of the school, closest to the one-sided fight. Rainbow and Applejack stood in the front of the group with clenched fists. They all look angry, Sunset assessed, but they aren't looking at me. Are they mad at Gilda? What am I saying? Of course they are. I've never actually seen them angry at me after the fall formal. Pinky, go get the principal, Celestia. I don't know why I keep saying the principal Celestia, like, bro. Go get Principal Celestia, Rainbow said. You're a lot faster than Fluttershy. Okie dokie, Loki. Okie dokie, Loki, Pinkie Pie said just before running off. Dash? Gilda said confused. What are you doing? I said put her down, she said again. Come on, Dash. Gilda smiled sweetly. I thought you were cool. I'm just gonna beat this little she-demon to the ground where she belongs. Gilda slammed Sunset into the wall for her emphasis, making the other girl yelp. Stay out of it, Sunset said with tears in her eyes. I don't want you to get involved in my problems. I hate to say it, darling, Rarity said, but you have no choice in the matter. I don't think Rarity is a matter. But you have no choice in the matter. Why not? Sunset yelled, the others flinching at the sudden volume. I'm a monster. I deserve your hate. Sunset. Applejack started, but Sunset interrupted. I am, she snapped. I almost obliterated you. There are 17 comments on this one. Hold on, let me turn my Wi-Fi on to read this. Hold on. Oh, there's like 8 replies to one comment. In my entire life, I would have never thought I would be crying over a book while sitting in a tree. This is a cute comment section. You guys go read this you guys go read the comments. And that made everybody freeze. You know, I feel kind of bad for interrupting this moment. I'm gonna reread it now. Sunset. Applejack started, but Sunset interrupted. I am, she snapped. I almost obliterated you. That made everyone freeze. It wasn't the you we see now, Rainbow said. That thing was something else. It was Sunset's turn to freeze, but Gilda wasn't having it, suddenly punching Sunset in the cheek again without any warning. Rainbow ran towards the shoulder and checked Gilda, Sunset falling from her grasp to Applejack's.
Sunset was dazed, not unsure of what was going on at the moment as Rainbow kept Gilda distracted in the hopes that Principal Celestia would soon show up. Sorry. Gilda! Celestia yelled, stopping said girl in her tracks. Right, that's the end, but there's a doctor's note. 3 things. You will grow to love Luna, I hope. She's going to cause a few laughs. I mean, I already love Luna anyway, so you can't really. That's not really like. That's just redundant. That's like saying, oh, you're going to love breathing. Yeah. I promise this will be the last time in a while that Sunset will get hurt like that, possibly. Number 3, cliffhanger. You want chapter 7 today? Comment your opinion. Blah, blah. Okay, alright, so the other notes are just about like when she's gonna post the next chapter and stuff like that, so it is not important. Chapter 7. Gilda. Celestia yelled, stopping Gilda in her tracks. Celestia stood where the 5 girls had been not a minute earlier. She was accompanied by Vice Principal Luna and Pinkie Pie, who went over where her friends were huddled around Sunset. Principal Celestia and Vice Principal Luna exchanged concerned glances, looking over to Sunset, who was still in a dazed state, and then to Trixie and her 2 friends, who had kept silent since fists began to fly. Celestia turned her attention to the 5 girls, who were trying to get Sunset to her feet. You 5, please get Sunset to the nurse. The rest of you, my office, now. The 4 troublemakers followed the 2 women, as the remaining girls tried to get Sunset to lean on Applejack. As Applejack tried to grip the girl's side, she yelped and jerked away, almost falling to the ground if it weren't for Rarity catching her. Thanks, Rarity, Sunset mumbled as she managed to stand upright, gripping her side. Not a problem, darling, Rarity said. How are you feeling? Like a griffin flew into my side, then punched me in the face, she said. That is pretty accurate, Pinkie popped up. Sunset almost fell forward, but used Pinkie's shoulder to steady herself. Thanks for helping me. I'm pretty sure she was legitimately gonna kill me. Pinkie took Sunset's arm and wrapped it around her shoulders, allowing the girl to lean on her while they walked. Why are you guys even back here anyway? Sunset asked. Don't you usually eat in the cafeteria? We were looking for you, silly, Pinkie said in her usual upbeat tone. You see, Sunset, Applejack spoke. We, were concerned. We may have noticed you were avoiding us, Fluttershy explained. You looked scared whenever we saw you. We thought maybe we did something to offend you. Sunset stopped in her tracks. Offend me? You are afraid to offend me? Why would you even think that? You're the only ones who have been remotely nice to me since the formal. Then why are you avoiding us? Fluttershy asked. Because I don't want you to get hurt. Sunset said as if it was obvious. The girls looked at her dumbfounded. Never in a million years had they thought Sunset Shimmer would be afraid of hurting them. The same girls who took her down at the fall formal. If anything, they thought she would be the one who should be angry. Sunset sighed, looking at her confused expressions. You've seen how everyone in the school treats me now. I don't want anyone else to endure that with me. A couple of weeks ago, I would have been more than happy to drag you down with me, but now I don't want even close to that. I don't want anyone else to get hurt because of me. I highly doubt that would happen, Sunset, Rarity said. If anything, it would be easy on you. Yeah, Rainbow Dash added. We're the ones who stop you. The odds of someone opposing us being friends with you, at least out loud, is extremely low. I have a feeling something else is bothering you, Applejack interjected. Why have you really been avoiding us? That was the reason. Or at least part of it, Sunset added. Sorry, my head is killing me. Need to sit down. The girls led her over to take a seat on the front steps of the school. I guess they won't leave me alone unless I give them a reason to. I already told you, Sunset said. I almost killed you and the princess. Guess I'm just scared of what I could have been. It's hard to forget almost doing something like that, even if I didn't have any control. But that's not what happened, Applejack said. I'd be lying if I said the thought hasn't occurred to me. Everyone else nodded in agreement. They all had actually discussed it at length after Twilight had explained to them the applications of dark magic and the side effects. It was the reason they had decided to watch Sunset for a while to be sure it really wasn't her that was in control in her demon form. And you feel guilty about it, Rarity said in a comforting tone. So much so that you couldn't bring yourself to be near us. That tells it a lot about you, who you really are. That and you're a total egghead, Rainbow snickered. Huh? Sunset gave her a questioning look. We saw you in the library helping Miss Shirley, Fluttershy said with a smile. You seem to get distracted a lot. Sunset felt a blush creep to her face. Oh. Oh, Rainbow said suddenly. I almost forgot. The reason we came to find you was to, inform. Yeah, we came to inform you that you can't handle things alone, and we aren't gonna let you get out of our sight. At least until we get to know each other enough and decide you really don't want to be in a little group, Verity said. It was hard watching you all week, Fluttershy added. We just want you to give us the same chance we would love to give you. Am I really hearing this right now? Sunset was dumbstruck. These girls genuinely want to give me a chance. They want me to also give them a chance. They must be insane. Why would they want me as their friend? I still don't get it, Sunset said, a tear starting to form her eyes. You actually want to be my friend? If you're doing this just because Twilight asked you, I don't want you to feel obligated. Honestly, Applejack said, we didn't really know Twilight all that long. We consider her a good friend, but we don't really know her. We've known you since middle school. Well, most of us did. And now watching you, I've seen you try to clean up your little act in so little time. Keep that kind of promise to a friend we know little about doesn't really make Keeping that kind of promise to a friend we know little about doesn't really make sense. Rarity placed a hand on Sunset's arm. What Applejack is trying to say is yes. Twilight planted the idea in our heads, but she isn't the reason why we're doing this. We just want to help you be the best you can be. Sunset let her tears fall as she looked down at her knees and nodded, unsure of how to respond. She couldn't shake the possibility of their only motive being that Twilight asked them to look for her, despite what Applejack and Rarity had said. But like on Monday, she found other people's presence comforting. Ugh, Sunset said, screamed as she leaned against the steps of the school. What am I even supposed to do? I can't think. I feel like the universe is out to hurt my head. Well, Pinky said, you did get punched a couple of times. And then there was an incident with the locker. And the fact that we blasted you with rainbow laser directed at your face. She thought for a second. Maybe the universe is out to get you. The fact that the pink girl said all of that without so much as wavering expression, Sunset started to snicker. That snicker turned into a full-blown laugh, which didn't seem to last long as Sunset flinched, gripping her side and groaned but smiled nonetheless. Yep, she grinned. The universe is out to get me. Snickering again, she looked at Pinkie Pie. Are you always as excited about everything? Pinkie shrugged. Pretty much. Now that we got that out of the way, Verity stood, we should really be getting Sunset to the nurse and get some ice. It's starting to bruise and it can't be good for her complexion. Yes, cause that's the issue here, Applejack rolled her eyes. Why, of course it is, Applejack. Verity dramatically touched her hands to her collarbone. Sunset had always had a clear complexion, and it would be a shame for it to be blemished by a bruise. She turned to the fiery-haired bystander. By the way, you have to give me your secret. How does your face always look unblemished? Sunset raised an eyebrow as she was led inside. Because it is. I like to wash my face a lot so there isn't any dead skin or oils to clog my hair follicles. I do get the odd pimple, but it's usually in my hairline so you don't see it. Okay, a minute ago I was screaming that I almost killed them. And now we're just talking normally? Sunset processed. I've never been more confused in my entire life. And I had to deal with Celestia's double. As they walked down the hall, Sunset barely took notice at how her and the 5 girls were walking. It was as if they had formed a wall around her. Rainbow and Applejack walked right behind her and caught and threw back any paper balls that came their way. On either side of her was Fluttershy and Rarity, meeting any hateful looks and comments with glares of their own. Pinkie just happily led the way. For the most part, though, the students were confused as to what was even happening. wondering why Sunset Shimmer of all people were being protected by the five girls, who had saved them from her wrath. In this shell, Sunset knew she was safe, but she was still very uncomfortable. Soon they entered the nurse's office where Nurse Tenderheart sat at her desk. When she noticed the six girls entering her office, she got up and quickly met at the door. Girls? She questioned. Piggy Pie moved out the way to reveal a beaten and battered Sunset, her right cheek now starting to bruise. Sunset. Nurse Tender gently patted the younger girl's face, Sunset flinching every couple of taps. What happened? I think Gilda bruised my ribs, she replied. Come have a seat. The nurse gestured to a bed, then looked at the clock. You girls should start heading to class. The bell's gonna ring any minute. They looked reluctant to leave Sunset. So Sunset spoke. I'll be fine, honest. Yes, yes. Nurse Tenderheart shooed them out of the way. Sunset is in good hands. Now, shoo, shoo. But I have a free period, Fluttershy protested. Then you can wait outside. Tenderheart said before closing the door, turning to Sunset. Now let's see your ribs. Tenderheart looked over at Sunset's injuries and frowned. Good news, they aren't broken. Bad news, you have a nasty bruise for a while. Sunset nodded. Figured as much. She yawned. Can I get back to class now? Hold on, Sunset, she said. Have you been sleeping okay? This question confused Sunset, but she answered honestly. Somewhat. Getting punched might be why I look tired. She nodded. Why don't you have a rest? I'll wake you up after this period. Sunset smiled. I think I'll take you up on that. Thanks. Sunset lay back in the bed and closed her eyes for a dreamless sleep. It's the end of chapter 7. Alright, so far, yeah. I mean, all this stuff is, everything kind of expect to happen. This kind of story is happening right now. Which is the kind of thing about these Sunset Shimmer stories. They're kind of all start the same. But I think this one will go in a different direction than the other one. Because this one's a lot longer, so the other one ended on her kind of like accepting being in a family with Celeste and Luna. I don't know what's gonna happen in this one. I think this happens. I don't remember if I read that inside of the bio or something. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, it doesn't explicitly say it. But I think Trixie's gonna be an important character because Trixie's one of the tags, so maybe she'll play something, be important or something. And it really doesn't mention like any ships or anything like that. So it's really a mystery how the story's gonna turn out. And it seems like she's making friends with them pretty early. In the other story, I feel like that was like a big part of the story to the point where it kind of didn't click until the latter half. But this is only chapter 7 out of 59. It feels like the friendship thing is kind of already becoming a thing. The one thing I'm concerned about, I really don't want this to be kind of like a rehash of the movies. I don't want this to be like basically just like a slightly different story than everything that happened in the movies. But I kind of just spoiled myself just now. I read the title of the second last chapter is called Battle of the Bands. So I guess like all of the story will be in between the first movie and the second, and then the ending will kind of be like the beginning of the second, or like the end of the second movie, which I guess is good because like it's kind of a mystery what happens like in between those. But it's kind of like I don't know if like a year passes or like a semester passes or something. But yeah. So this is like the fourth time I started this recording, honestly, because I keep zoning out and doing something else. But yeah, I just posted a short. I don't know why I don't just like farm shorts, because like it's so easy for me to just put the music in the background and just have people watch that. I don't know why I don't just like post like a short every day. I don't know why I don't do it. Like it's so easy. But anyway, chapter 8, act. Okay, thank you, Tenderheart.
I let their teacher know. Celestia said into the phone, turning her attention to the two girls sitting across from her. Gilda sat, arms crossed with an angry expression across her face. Sure, she just beat up Sunset Shimmer, but the redhead had it coming. Trixie, however, remained silent. She had never been in serious trouble before now. The most she'd gotten was detention from a magic trick gone south. Now, Celestia said to the girls, I would like an explanation as to what I just witnessed. Gilda perked up and put on the fakest pouty face Principal Celestia had ever seen. It was Shimmer honest, Gilda whined. She came at me and Trixie. We were just hanging out and she started bad-mouthing us. Then when I told her to buzz off, she punched me. I was just defending myself. Celestia took note of Trixie's surprised expression, a clear indication of what the principal already knew. Gilda was lying. We do not tolerate violence at this school, Gilda. Celestia deadpanned the girl. Nor do we condone lying to the principal. But she... Gilda tried, but was interrupted by Celestia's hand. Gilda, in all the time Sunset has been a student here, she has never once initiated violence. And with the state she is in now, I doubt she even has the energy to do such a thing. Celestia spoke, then calmed herself with a sigh. Since you are transferring to Bristleplap next week, you are hereby suspended for the next 2 weeks out of school. If I catch you near Sunset on the school grounds, I will call the authorities. And if I catch you near here outside the school, Celestia's expression and tone turned dark. You will have more than just the police to deal with. Now get out. Gilda shivered at the coldness of the unusually kind principal's voice. That glare followed her until the door shut behind her, leaving only Celestia and Trixie alone in the office. Celestia held her glare for a moment before realizing what she had just done. Did I just threaten a student? What was I thinking? She could file a lawsuit. I could lose my job. She was still in the presence of a student. Miss Lilamoon, she said with authority, though I know you aren't one for flailing fist, I do wish to hear what happened exactly. I'm sorry, she muttered as tears welled in her eyes. Gilda, I didn't know she would actually harm Sunset. I just asked her to scare her. Stop her from coming to Canterlot. We don't want to be under her rule again. What would make you think that she will rule again? Celestia asked curiously. Trixie started blankly. It's just what Sunset Shimmer does. As I see it, Celestia spoke, Sunset has done nothing to you, or anyone else at this school since the fall formal. The Sunset I saw on Monday was one who regrets what she's done, to the point of believing she deserved to be shoved and locked in her own locker. She gave Trixie a pointed glare as the girl tensed at the mention of the incident. Yes, I've known it was you since Pinkie Pie came to me when her friends were trying to free Sunset. Snitch, Trixie said under her breath, but Princess Celestia heard. This made the practice principal's eyebrow twitch. It took all of her willpower to not lash out at the young girl. Instead, she did the next best thing. Tell the full, heart-crushing truth. Do you know where Sunset was on Monday afternoon? Asked Celestia. Truthfully. Well, I assume she skipped school, Trixie said. In a way, but under mine and Nurse Tenderheart's orders. Celestia saw the girl's questioning glance. Afterwards, Fluttershy and Pinkie Pie took her to the hospital. She was probably faking whatever it was, Trixie said bitterly. She's lied before to get what she wants. The woman looked at her and realized she needed to approach this a little differently. She needed to be blunter. Apparently, Miss Shimmer is claustrophobic. Celestia couldn't suppress her glare any longer. She tried to beat the door open with her head. I have a doctor's note indicating that she had given herself a concussion and was to avoid any strenuous activities. As we speak, she's sleeping in the nurse office. I doubt getting punched in the face did her any good. Tracy stared wide-eyed, trying to process new information. She worked her jaw, but no words come out. Now, the principal spoke. Sunset had initially asked me to let the matter go, and now I see that it was a poor decision on my part. So I, as Vice Principal Luna, and I have discussed 2 weeks of out-of-school suspension, a phone call to your father, who I am confident can find an adequate punishment for you. But Sunset got a week in school, Tracy protested. How is that fair? Celestia almost lost it. Because unlike you, Sunset doesn't have anyone at home. Her parents are away on business. Trixie paused again. Okay, I'm sorry. That is more than fair. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a set of science sunglasses and set them on the desk and looked away defiantly. I'm guessing she will need these back. After that, Principal Celestia and Vice Principal Luna escorted Trixie to get her things, allowing the woman to have time to think about while filing out the paperwork for this particular incident after calling Mr. Little Moon. She wanted nothing more than to expel Glinda, but the expulsion wouldn't even hold considering she was transferring anyway. Celestia also wanted to press assault charges for both the girls, but sadly, she had no jurisdiction over anything having to do with Sunset outside of school. Usually that would be up to the parents. In the entire ordeal, she couldn't help but notice how protective she got about Sunset. It was easily chalked up to how similar she was to her and her sister. Again, though, she frowned at the thought. Their lack of interference with Sunset's situation was actually making it worse for the girl. Sunset, though stronger than most of the students in the school, was still just a teenager alone in a world foreign to her. No less, she'd been there for 6 years, meaning she's been in this world since before she was out of her childhood. Can I just say that English has so many sounds? There's so many s in English, like so many th. It's so like why? Can we just like remove them? Like, can we just not? Can we just not have duh instead of the sound? Like this language is too lispy. I can't do it. The girl's will was stronger than anything Celeste had ever seen. However, as she told Trixie, Sunset was alone. She had no one to lean on, no one to comfort her or even keep her warm in the winter. She thought back to one week when Sunset was in the ninth grade and had called sick for almost 2 weeks because she had the flu. Sunset had to have been alone then too. This revelation was absolutely heartbreaking. How did a child survive so long in that place? Celestia questioned. Actually, was she ever happy like this? If I didn't have Luna, it would probably eat me up. I wouldn't be able to stand it. I see why Dr. Horse suggested counseling. He probably got her talking and was concerned. She sighed. I don't exactly want the world knowing about her situation, not even staff. Luna, Twilight's friends, and myself are the only ones that know, and it'll have to stay that way. Just then, Luna walked into her office. Sister, are you crying? The old sister was snapped from her thoughts upon hearing her sister. What is she talking about? Celestia touched her hand to her cheek, feeling a damp line down her face. Well, that's strange, she muttered, then looked at her sister. I didn't even notice. Luna raised an eyebrow. Miss Lulamoon's father just picked her up. I'm sure she'll face adequate punishment. She closed the door and sat across from her sister, a concerned expression across her face. Are you okay, Tia? Are you okay, Tia? The older woman sighed. Yes, I'm fine. I just worry about the whole situation with Sunset. Luna nodded understanding, as do I. Mostly because, other than Glinda, Gilda, and Trixie, I've seen so many other students gang up on that girl. I admit, she was a little terror, but I feel that this is getting out of hand. Luna, like every day, walked the halls between classes when she had time in order to catch anyone causing trouble. This past week, she had given so many detentions for foul language and throwing objects at Sunset, she had to move some detentions to lunch and before school. It was chaos. All because one girl who rarely got caught and served out punishment, just like anyone else when she did. Luna also was very sure that the majority of students that were getting revenge on Sunset Shimmer had never actually had any trouble with the girl. Dr. Horse probably saw some behaviors in Sunset that concerned him when she was there, Celestia said with a sigh. Yeah, Luna nodded. However, we do not want anyone else to know Sunset's situation. Those 5 girls seem to be making an effort with her. In fact, I saw them create a human barrier around Miss Shimmer on the way to the nurse's office earlier. I think that, that's not part of the story, but I think that Celestia accidentally telling Trixie all those details, it might come back later, I don't know. I don't know if that's like would be foreshadowing or something, or it's just like, or it's just something. Because I know this writer, from their notes that they write, in advance, I think. Or that may have been a different story, I don't remember. But I think I read that this writer like has like 20 chapters in advance already. So maybe that was like her telling Trixie that was foreshadowing or something. And Luna's like, no one else can know. And Celestia was like, no one else can know too. But she told Trixie the whole story, so she even told Trixie that she has no one at home. And that could snowball into something worse. I'm glad, Celestia said. Pinkie Pie did tell us they were going to try to be her friends. Luna giggled. With Miss Pie involved, I doubt she'll be given much of a choice. Celestia smiled at her sister's comment. The best we can do now is keep an eye on her. I will call her in on Monday so I can get a feel for her mental state. I'm still a certified counselor and a teacher. That's probably for the best. Luna then looked at the clock and sighed. I better be getting back to my paperwork. As will I. Celestia picked up her pen. I'll see you after detention. I'm not sure who's the ones getting punished, me or the children. Luna mumbled as she left the room while Celestia laughed at her sister's childish comment. She looked at Sunset's glasses sitting on her desk. She's been wearing these all week, probably because of the headache. Celestia grabbed them. No problem in taking them to her room myself. It's good to stretch my legs anyway. Celestia left the office and headed to the nurse's office, shooing a few of the regular skippers to class, but kept on her path. Upon turning the corner, Celestia saw Fluttershy scribbling in her notebook. I was sitting on the floor in front of the nurse's office. Fluttershy? Celestia locked as she... Oh, Celestia called as she approached. This isn't where you usually spend your free period. The girl jumped a little as the sudden voice of the principal. Principal Celestia, I didn't see you there. I'm sorry I scared you, Fluttershy. Celestia apologized. I was just curious as to why you're sitting out here alone. Oh, Fluttershy said in a quiet but audible voice. Nurse Tenderheart wouldn't let me because Sunset is sleeping. I decided to wait out here until she wakes up just in case. I see. Principal Celestia held up the sunglasses. I came to return these to Sunset. Didn't Trixie take them? She asked. She did, but gave them to me when she was in my office. Celestia explained. That's good. Fluttershy smiled sadly. Sunset's eyes were really bloodshot. I guess it was from the headache, and she has seemed pretty tired lately. Principal Celestia looked at the pink girl in front of her. If you don't mind me asking, are you and your friends planning on helping Sunset through this tough time? Fluttershy nodded. We were hoping to, but I'm not sure if she even wants our help. The door to the nurse's office opened. Nurse Tinder stood in the doorway and spoke. Despite what she may think, Sunset can handle it all alone. Fluttershy nodded. Please give these back to Sunset, Celestia said, handing the glasses back to the nurse. Did you talk to her parents? The nurse asked. Celestia glanced at Fluttershy for a brief moment before responding. Yes, they're still out on business, but they will call her later tonight. It was hard for Celestia to lie to one of her staff members, but it is one of the world's necessary evils, especially if your pupils were from an alternate universe. Soon, Celestia was on her way back to the office. This is getting to be too much for her. Sunset doesn't deserve this. That's the end of chapter 8. There's a lot of comments on this one. Yeah, because like a lot happened, I guess. And it is like very comforting to like read about a teacher that really cares about their kids. Because that's not something that is always the truth. We love to see it. I don't know, there's something about the motherly role Celestia does that is really comforting, really warm to read, really wholesome to read. And also the relationship between Celestia and Luna, of course. I feel like maybe the relationship between Celestia and Luna wasn't explored as much in the last fic, but they seem to be having a lot of back and forth in this one. I don't remember. Something annoyed me by the last one. I can't remember what it was. I think it's like the last one. What kind of annoyed me was like how Sunset kept like constantly kind of ruining it even though that's like how it is like in reality, people find it hard to adjust uh, when like they're faced with a positive situation after being just like a negative mental state for so long. But I like how this one kind of skips the kind of like long descriptions of how Sunset's feeling is. Like once you explain it one time, you don't have to explain it again. But in Last Fake, I feel like it went like kind of explained it every time. Like every time Sunset felt like a negative feeling, it would explain everything. Like, oh, she feels guilty, blah blah blah. She felt pain, blah blah blah. Like it's kind of repetitive. But anyway, I'm going to the next chapter now.
I'm getting so much fucking vitamin C from this. I made like orange juice, but it's like fermented. Yeah, I call it hooch, but people don't know what I'm talking about whenever I say that for some reason. But I think I perfected the hooching process. No longer will I need to waste an entire shirt in straining. Anyway, chapter 9. Make sure it's chapter 9. I don't know what chapter I'm on, to be honest. Okay, chapter 9. So many questions. Nurse Tenderheart stuck to her word and woke Sunset up as soon as the period ended. She was grateful for that. She never liked missing class, but she was only missing art, so she could make it up on her own time. Having art class. Oh, that just gave me flashbacks. Imagine having to do to draw for a class. Oh my, that was like, that was so dead. But anyway, she probably could have just stayed asleep as she just had gym after art, which she couldn't even participate in for the time being. But it was a good time to go to the library and get her homework done, especially since she had to work after school. Wow. I'm sorry, I'm keep talking, but like going to the library is such a getting homework. That's such a vibe. Like if you struggle to get stuff done, like just go to like a library or coffee shop or like anywhere, just somewhere else. Just vibe there, have a coffee. Anyway, and having work after school, man, I remember those days. I'm just having just flashbacks from this first paragraph. Those days, wow. I felt like such a responsible adult those days. That I was actually making money. Like I'm not making any money now. I haven't made money in like a year or something. I'm just broke. I'm just a brokey now. Principal Celestia had apparently stopped by. Oh, and my job. Oh my, I was a tutor. Ugh. You guys gotta understand how like that's such a vibe. Being like a student, a tutor. Ugh, it was such a vibe. Senior year of high school was such a vibe. Like everything was just vibes. But anyway, Principal Celeste had apparently stopped by while she was asleep and dropped off her sunglasses, much to her delight. She slipped them on, flinching as her hand brushed her cheek. It definitely left a bruise. Sunset grabbed her school bag, thankful that someone had grabbed it and headed out the door, waving to Tenderheart as she left. Who was that? Is that Pinkie Pie? Sunset, a high-pitched voice said as she was tackled in a pink-clad hug. What's going on? Why is she hugging me? This feels weird. I'm not sure if I like it. How do I get her to stop? Sunset internally panicked. Yeah, I don't have my Wi-Fi on, so I can't read the comments, but I like that part of her character. Some people just aren't comfortable. They don't know how to respond to being touched like that if they haven't like experienced it in their like home life and stuff like that. Luckily, they pulled away before too long, revealing none other than Pinkie Pie and her boundless enthusiasm. Are you okay? She asked. We were so worried about you. That mean old Gilda was suspended though. So was Trixie actually. Anyway, when I told Miss Brush what happened, she told me to give you today's assignment for you to do when you have time. You have to have it done by Monday though. But I told her Sunset would probably finish it on Saturday because she doesn't leave a thing till the last minute. Then she told me to have a seat and do my own assignment. Here, She shoved the sheet of paper in Sunset's hand. They continued without skipping a beat. Good thing we're drawing. I mean, it would be pretty awkward to take a huge canvas and art supplies in the bus. Pinky, Rainbow said as she approached, Rarity and Applejack on her heels. I think you're scaring her. Everyone looked at Sunset, who pinned herself against the door in an awkward stance, eyes wide with fear behind the lenses of her glasses. Someone save me, Sunset thought. I don't know what's going on. Was Pinky trying to be friendly, or was it out of concern? Was it both? Could it be both? Wait, why is everyone staring at me? Am I close enough to the mic? Rainbow Dash raised an eyebrow. Sunset. Sorry, no, I had to burp. Huh? Sunset snapped herself out of her thoughts. Rarity stepped forward and went to place a hand on Sunset's shoulder, but the other girl flinched away from the hand. Are you alright, Sunset? You seem tense. What? Sunset spoke quickly as she inched away. Yeah, I'm fine. Me? Tense? No, I'm good. Great, even. I got to go check in with Coach Magnus. Bye. Sunset ran down the hall, avoiding the other students and ignoring their glares. She mentally kicked herself for leaving the girls that way, but she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her when Pinkie Pie hugged her. Sure, when she dated Flash Sentry, he hugged her once, and that too left her in a flustered state. Those are the only 2 times in her life that she'd been hugged. The equestrian version of it being nuzzling or putting a hoof over another pony, but being so close was foreign to her. I have to apologize later, Sunset sighed. I don't want to upset people, the only people that don't hate me. Sunset checked in with Coach Magnus, then headed to the library where a wave of relief washed over her as she slumped down at her usual table close to Shirley's desk. She cracked open her physics homework and got to work. Let me sip my hooch. Some good shit. She sat in peace for a little over 10 minutes before she felt the table shift slightly, followed by the sound of chairs being pulled up. Looking up from her homework, she silently gasped as Rainbow Dash, Rarity, and Fluttershy sat at her table. What are you guys doing? Sunset asked stupidly. Sitting down? Rainbow said with a hint of sarcasm. Obviously. Don't you guys have class? Sunset asked, still stunned. Well, someone outside my door. They might be not directly outside my door, though. Rarity said. Just ring the rainbow. Okay, they're kind of loud. Alright, they're done. Oh, that's the wrong direction. Okay, don't you guys have class? Sunset asked, still stunned. Well, Rarity said, just ring the rainbow. My math teacher gave us a study period. I just didn't feel like going to history. Rainbow Dash shrugged. And I asked Coach Magnus if I could come here instead of playing dodgeball. Fluttershy shuddered. Sunset looked at Fluttershy, eyes widened. We have PE together? I'm usually in the corner trying to survive. The pink-haired girl blushed a little. Sunset smirked a little. Okay, but I was asking why are you guys sitting with me? With other people watching. Ugh, Rainbow Dash groaned. For someone so smart, you don't listen, do you? We told you earlier. Rarity continued. We want to help you and give you a genuine chance, and hopefully you will eventually see us as friends. Yeah, I remember. Sunset buried her chin in her arms. I honestly thought I dreamed it. Nope, Rainbow said as she went to rest her arm on Sunset's shoulder, but she jerked away. I mean, you didn't dream it, and until you gave our little group a shot, you were stuck with us. Sunset was silent for a moment to collect her thoughts. These girls are obviously genuine in their proposal, and Sunset really did want to give this friendship thing a try. I just heard something. I think that was just me breathing. She really wanted to, but there was just one matter she wanted to take care of first. Thinking back to what Dr. Horse told her, she might like it though. Though she also wasn't sure if she even deserved it. It was then that she decided that she would work so that one day she could tell herself that, yes, she deserves this. Okay, Sunset said finally. Don't even... Wait, did you just say okay? Rainbow stared wide-eyed. Sunset nodded. There's something I really need to do first. I don't think I can live with myself if I let it. left it the way it would. Ugh, fuck. I don't think I could live with myself if I left it the way it is. What's that? What's that? Asked Fluttershy. She shook her head. I want Applejack and Pinkie Pie to hear this too. Well, all right then, Rarity smiled brightly. I'll text the others. We can meet a Sugar Cube corner. We can meet at Sugar Cube Corner after school. Sunset was about to agree, but remembered something important. Um, actually, I can't today, Sunset sighed. I have work. I have to go to work after school. Rarity thought for a moment, then then an idea popped in her head. Unlock your phone and give it to me. What? Sunset questioned, gripping said device in her pocket. Relax, Sunset, darling, Rarity said. I'll return it in a moment. Sunset reluctantly did as she was told, unlocking her phone and passing it across the table to Rarity. The girl snatched it immediately and started messing around on the device. Sunset watched nervously for several moments before Rarity handed it back to her. Someone outside my door, Jet. Shh, be quiet. Okay, never mind. Sunset looked at the screen and saw that Rarity had added the 5 girls as contacts. She looked up questionably at the pale girl. If you're free this Saturday, just text me, Rarity said. Then we can plan a time to meet. Okay, Sunset nodded. Rarity fiddled on her phone for a moment before sunset. Rainbow and Fluttershy all got a text message. It was a message which was sent through our group chat where Rarity had texted. Hello all. Applejack had responded immediately. Hey there, we in a group chat now? Yes, we are. Who is this other number? It's Sunset, silly. How did you know that? Who else would it be? They continued like that for a while before Sunset turned her phone off. The rest of the period, the 3 girls talked while Sunset did some of her homework, responding only when she needed to. When the bell rang, Sunset and the others left the library. Rarity, Applejack, and Fluttershy making a point to walk with her. Again, meeting the glares and comments with her own. Once she got to her locker, she gave a nervous smile to the girl, before quickly grabbing her stuff and heading to the bus. Did she mean? Oh, she meant girls, plural? I don't know. She sat in her usual seat and sighed in relief. That relief didn't last long as she expected. Mind if I sit with you? An unmistakable country drawl asked. Sunset looked up to see Applejack standing in the aisle next to her seat. Sure, she said, putting her bag in her lap so Applejack could take a seat. Applejack smiled nervously and sat down. Thanks. So I thought the shuttle usually took you home, Sunset said after an awkward moment of silence. I work at the smoothie place at the mall, she explained. You work at the sushi place, right? Sunset nodded, but then questioned. I thought you worked at your family's farm, she laughed. Yes, but there isn't much farming to do in the winter. Plus, I don't really get paid for farm chores. Sunset nodded in understanding. Yeah, Celestia didn't pay me much for doing stuff around the castle, she frowned. But I was only a filly back then. Applejack saw the look on Sunset's face, but chose to keep the conversation light. I keep forgetting you used to be a pony. Unicorn, actually, she smiled. Applejack laughed, and the soon Sunset did too. The country girl pressed a button. It's kind of racist. A country girl pressed a button on the wall, and within moments the bus stopped in front of the mall. Both girls thanked the driver and got off the bus. Sunset shivered as a cold breeze made it through her sweater. Applejack, however, was comfy in her warm fall jacket. It's gonna start snowing soon, she said as they entered the building. Ugh, I hate winter. Sunset admitted. It's nothing but cold, and it's just miserable. It's just a miserable season. Real. Sunset raised an eyebrow. Now, what exactly do you mean by that? Winter is bushels of fun. She shrugged. I don't know. I've never really experienced any of the fun stuff. I've either been working, studying, or plotting. Well, Applejack said, when it does snow, and if you stop avoiding us, maybe you can change. Fuck. Maybe we can change your view on it. Why just so many comments on just like random parts? Sunset couldn't help but smile at her. I might have to take you up on that. Applejack smiled back at her as they came to the smoothie place in the food court. Well, this is me. Have a good night. Sunset kept walking after she waved to the other girl. It was actually really nice just talking with someone. It was so natural I forgot what I was worried about in the first place. This friendship thing might not be so bad. I'm reading this and I'm like, these like dialogue moments. They're like, it's hard to do this because like I like to like draw my stories, and it's like exhausting to like draw a conversation of one person talking, then draw them again. The other person says responding, blah blah. But like if you like write it, it's just a quick little, you write it real quick. But I guess like I could technically just write the dialogue and like, but that would be like lame for me to do that. I've always been like thinking like what a solution for that would be. I know like some people they just draw like one big splash and have like speech bubbles just after the other. But I feel like that's just so unnatural. That's so unnatural looking. When I draw, I like to have it like pretend like you're watching like something, and like each different picture is like this like when the camera changes to something different. And when you watch something, people are having conversations, which is between the faces as each person talks. It isn't just like have them like in one shot and they have the whole conversation. But like it's really hard to keep drawing the same thing over and over again. But it's also important to do that because like you can change it. You can like draw like the change expression, like specific expressions that go along with specifically what they're saying. I guess a solution with that, I don't know. It's just to like draw it smaller, or I don't know, like pack it tighter. I don't know. I always like try to ponder what a solution for that is. Maybe it is just hard, just to draw more, like work harder on those like back and forth moments. It always felt like I've written dialogue weird, because like I'm always thinking about like how can I make this as short as possible so I don't have to like draw like a back and forth like a million times. You know, so like a lot of my dialogues like exposition is like the character's just like saying something just so the reader knows like what's happening. You know, but it's not realistic. Is you get a lot more subtlety when you write in. But anyway, I'm gonna go to chapter 10 now. All right, Chad. This is a beautiful, calm day. The birds are singing, birds are chirping, flowers blooming. I don't know where the. This is a beautiful day. Okay, it's such a nice day just to sit down and read for like 5 hours. Like forget all the stuff I have to do. Forget all my responsibilities. So anyway, chapter 10. First meeting. Sunset was woken up early, but the incessant vibrating of her phone over on the desk. She groaned and tried to block the sound with her pillow. But eventually, wait, did I read? I feel like I read this already. Hold on. I think I like tried to read this, but I kept like stuttering and like messing up, so I kept restarting. Then I gave it yesterday. Okay, yeah. Her ringtone joined the racket. Once it stopped, she tried to go back to sleep, but by that point, she was already awake, groaning. She rolled off the cot and walked over to grab the now annoying device. She shivered as the cold air reached her skin. Feels like I've had to add blankets on my cot or I'll freeze to death. After grabbing her thick magenta sweater from her suitcase, she curled back up in the blankets and checked her phone. There were a lot of messages from the group chat. We already had created plus a couple messages, and the call from Rarity specifically. Sunset read the messages, and though there was some random conversation, most of it was the girls trying to get a hold of her. Smells like smells like rotten bread in here. Her phone rang again, making Sunset jump a little as Rarity's number popped up on her screen. What do I do? Well, answer, of course. But I don't know if I'm ready for a phone call. Is that what friends do? Do they just randomly call each other? Before she could really dwell on the repercussions of it, she hit the answer button. Hello? Sunset, darling, Rarity greeted. We were all trying to get a hold of you. I can see that. Sunset replied flatly. I was asleep. Nervous or not, Sunset did not like to be woken up. Oh, I'm sorry to have woken you up, Rarity said genuinely. Do you want me to phone you back later? Sunset sighed into the phone. No, it's fine. I'm awake now. What's going on? Yesterday you said you wanted to talk to all of us, Rarity explained. You know, before you started to give this friendship thing a shot. Then it clicked in Sunset's brain. Oh, right. Sorry, my brain doesn't work after I just wake up. That'll be great. So you're free today, I presume? Rarity asked. Yeah, I have nothing going on. Sunset agreed. Fabulous. How does 2 o'clock sound? The British girl asked. Sunset pulled her phone away from her ear long enough to check the time. Yeah, that works for me. Wonderful. We will see you then, Rarity said happily. Rarity, Sunset said quickly before the other girl hung up. Thanks. You're very welcome, Sunset. Then she hung up the phone. After that, Sunset smiled to herself as Rarity messaged in the group chat the time and place along with a short explanation of why they were all meeting. Sunset went about getting ready for the day. After getting dressed, she slipped the magenta sweater back over her head, her cutie mark on the cuff of the right sleeve, with her name written just above it in light orange. Magenta sweater? Am I tripping? She has a magenta sweater. I don't know. Hold on, I'm gonna look this up real quick. Actually, no, my Wi-Fi's not on. Never mind. Sunset glanced at her phone clock after she finished brushing her teeth and saw it was just past noon. So because she had time to kill, she went ahead and finished her homework for the weekend. She knew she wasn't stupid. No, in fact, she was smarter than most people. Sadly, that knowledge had been one of the many factors that led her down the path she'd been on. It didn't take long to finish up. Most of it had to do with math, and that just happened to be her best subject. She looked at the time and realized she still had over an hour until she was meant to meet the others. Deciding to walk to Sugar Cube Corner to kill time, she grabbed her wallet, keys, and backpack, shoving a book she was reading inside just in case. I really can't stand that smell. You know what, let me... I have a candle. I can just light this candle. Even though I'm technically not supposed to have candles. I hid my lighter somewhere. I don't remember where I hid it. Well, I don't think I'm going to find it anytime soon. Where did I put it? I think... Never mind. It's fine. I'll just... So what was I? After locking up the building, she headed on her way. She was thankful for the heavier sweater, but also missed the warmth of her leather jacket. After having left the torn accessory in her locker, no longer having use for it, but also not having the heart to get rid of it. Her and that jacket had been through a lot. It was the very same jacket she'd come through the portal with. Why it had been so big on her back then, she wasn't sure, but she was happy she was able to grow into it. I know this is like an obvious thing. Like, obviously she has a connection with the jacket because she wears it all the time, but like, this is like a thing I've been noticing in fiction, fanfics. Like, the jacket's always important, and the jacket always gets torn at some point. The closer she got to Sugar Cube Corner, the more nervous she became. About a block and a half away, she stopped dead in her tracks. Honestly, she was surprised she'd even made it this far without panicking. What am I even thinking, going through with this? She went into panic mode. What am I going to say? Sorry for being a horrible person to you and for ruining your friendship? Please forgive me? I should at least apologize for breaking up their friendship, though. But what if that isn't good enough? What if this is just a ploy for payback? I wouldn't blame them. I would have done the same thing. Why is this so vexing? Sunset took a deep breath to calm herself. I'm just getting inside my own head. None of them are like that, I know.
Rainbow might try something, but not without consulting her friends. I can't believe I'm doing this, Sunset said out loud. If this blows up in my face, it's my own fault. I deserve it. Reluctantly, Sunset kept walking. As Sugar Cube Corner came into view, Sunset gulped. No, I can't do this. I should go back to my place. She kept walking towards the building. No, I can't run away. I can't run away from my problems. I want to do this. I need to do this if I want to make a genuine effort at this. Upon walking to the building, Sunset's nose was assaulted by the sweet smell of fresh baked goods and various coffees and teas. Mrs. Cake smiled as she saw her. Good morning, Sunset. How are you today? I don't usually see you on weekends. Sunset liked Miss Cake, and she had been one of the first people to notice a change in her, even before the formal. Mr. and Mrs. Cake even knew of Sunset being a bully, but never truly believed her until that night. Since then, she had spent most of her evenings at Syracuse Corner. Am I tripping, or because I did read a lot of the story before I started recording? Did this happen in the other story? Am I tripping? Like the exact same thing where they came to the place and she apologized to them? Did that happen? I don't remember. I have some people to make amends with, Sunset admitted. They're supposed to meet me here. Oh, well, good for you, she smiled warmly. Would one of them be Pinkie Pie by chance? Sunset raised a confused eyebrow. Yeah, how'd you know? She came here about half an hour ago, going on about how she was excited about getting to know a new friend. Miss Cake put a finger to her chin. Actually, I think he might be the person she's been going on about all week. Sunset giggled. That's Pinkie Pie for you. Miss Cake smiled but then turned serious. I guess it's true about where you got that cut on your head and your bruise on your cheek then. Sunset put her hand over her bruise. Yeah. Well, if I knew Pinkie and her friends, she smiled, that would be the last time. Sunset smiled brightly. Yeah, thanks. I don't think my body can take much more abuse. They're in the back corner booth, Miss Cake said as she left. Good luck. With that, Sunset walked to the back of the cafe and saw the 5 girls sitting and talking. Here goes nothing. Hey, that's the end. Was this chapter like way shorter? Or am I hallucinating this? This chapter felt like way shorter than other ones. Let me see. Yeah, it only took me 9 minutes. This was like more than half, a little more than half of the length of the usual chapters. Oh shit! I always put it the wrong way first. All right, so we're getting pretty close to the part where I got to reading on my own in the new territory. I think I stopped reading like at chapter 13 like a month ago. Okay, this is chapter 11. Yeah, chapter 11. Pinkie was the first to notice her arrival. Oh my gosh, Sunset, you actually came. We were thinking you started to back out. Sorry, Sunset apologized. I was talking with Miss Cake. Pinkie got up and dragged Sunset to the booth, shoving her next to Fluttershy and slid in her other side. Fluttershy gave her a small smile, which Sunset returned nervously. We're so happy you can make it, she greeted. Yeah, thanks. Pay up, Rainbow. Applejack said suddenly. Rainbow Dash groaned, digging out her wallet, and gave Applejack a 20. Yeah, whatever. The multicolored girl slumped in her seat. Wait. Sunset looked at Applejack. Did you bet on whether or not I'd come? Applejack nodded. Well, you see, Dash here thought you would be too scared to show up. Probably thinking this was some sort of trap, and I told her you would show up considering I have a pretty good idea as to why you wanted to talk to all of us at once. Sunset blinked. Well, she was right about the whole scared of this being a trap thing, but to be honest, I can only see that as something Rainbow might think of doing. But then I thought about it and figured none of you would let that happen. Sunset looked at Rainbow, and her eyes widened upon realizing the nature of what she's accused her of. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Hey, Rainbow cut her off. You're probably not wrong, but the stunts I pull are well thought out pranks, all in good fun. Anyway, Rarity cut in. Sunset, what is it that you want to talk to us with all of us about? Well, here it is, the moment of truth. If I don't do it now, I probably never will. Sunset thought to herself. She took a deep breath and just let everything out, without her usual buffers. So I really wanted to talk to you all about, all at the same time because I was afraid I would lose my nerve. I wanted to apologize for everything.
I hate who I am or who or was. And by the time I figured out I wanted to change how I was acting, I was too deep in and ended up crossing through the portal to steal the crown like I had planned to. So for starters, I'm sorry for my actions at the formal. I wasn't kidding yesterday when I told you I could have killed you. She clenched her teeth and hand together. She clenched her hand together and gritted her teeth. I hate myself for that. Sunset. Rarity said in a soft voice, but Sunset didn't. I mean, Rarity said in a soft voice, but Sunset didn't let her continue. No, Rarity, I need to do this properly. Sunset said adamantly. Rarity simply sat. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, blah 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 blah. Rarity simply sat back and nodded. Sunset looked to her right at Pinky, who was making a tower with the sugar packets. Pinkie Pie, I'm sorry about all the times I made you decorate for the dances and school functions yourself. Also for all the times that I had Snips and Snails destroy your decorations. She didn't wait for a response before looking at Fluttershy. I'm really sorry about your silent auction last year. I know it was Pinkie who brought the party, but it was me who sent those messages. I'm also sorry for all the times I screamed at you for no reason. I know you're sensitive and it was horrible for me to feed more of your insecurities. Fluttershy went to put a hand on the other girl's shoulder and she jerked away, surprising the shy girl. Continuing the circle, she looked at Rainbow Dash along with Fluttershy. I'm especially sorry for pulling you two apart. If I remember right, you two grew up together and have been friends long before I came to this world. It was how close you were that made me kind of angry and jealous. I didn't really have any close friends. I think the only good friend I had was Princess Celestia, but she was just my mentor. I'm really sorry for doing that to you guys. I also feel really bad about when I greased the field and you broke your leg, Rainbow Dash. Are you kidding me? Rainbow said excitedly. After that, my dad bought me an entire collection of Daring Do and the Rise of Tyrant game I was asking for. That was the best thing that was the best thing that ever happened to me. I should be thanking you. But didn't you have to sit on the bench for the entire last year of middle school? Sunset asked. Rainbow shrugged. Worth it. Um, okay then. Sunset shook her head, then continued on. Anyway, Applejack, Rainbow, I'm sorry for splitting up you guys too. I actually don't even know why I did it. She frowned and looked to Rarity. Rarity, out of the five of you, I probably wronged you the most. Last spring, I completely obliterated your reputation, she said sourly. That and I had just separated you and your friends, so you were already feeling like crap, and I made sure to kick you while you were down. I'm really sorry to all of you. Sunset buried her head in her arms. I'm a horrible person. But why don't you like to be touched? Rarity asked out of nowhere. What? Sunset shifted her head to look at the purple-haired girl. Whenever any of us try to touch you, you pull away, she explained. Oh, I guess I didn't notice. It's a reflex. Sunset said, I'm not used to being hugged or have someone offer me comfort through touch. I've been hit and shoved, but nothing really all that. Sunset searched for a word. Warm. Pinkie Pie changed the subject like she just had an epiphany. You're not a horrible person, Sunset. Sunset was now confused, lifting her head up to the hyper girl. What? You aren't a horrible person right now. You were a huge big meanie pants last year, and the 2 weeks leading up to the formal, but that isn't who you are now, right? Yeah, Rainbow Dash added. You haven't even fought back on the other kids bullying you. Honestly, you aren't even acting like the same person. You're totally different. Sorry to interrupt. All eyes went to Miss Cake. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation, and I'd like to say, Sunset has always been this nice and caring when I've seen her. Fuck. Sunset has always been this nice and caring when I've seen her since she came in here, 3 or 4 years ago. Sunset felt herself blush as the other girls looked at her with wide eyes. Sunset's always been nice. Rainbow smacked her cheeks. I'm not buying it. No, none of that, Miss Cake scolded. Both Sunset and Principal Celestia are regulars here. Celestia is a friend of mine, actually, so I hear of Sunset's bullying ways from both of them, but it's never been the person I've seen. Oh, wait, Sunset said in a surprised tone. You've talked to Princess Celestia about me? The woman nodded. I'll talk to you about it later. Now, what would you ladies like to order? Once Miss Cake left with her orders, attention turned back to the furry-haired girl. Well, Applejack said after a long silence, I have absolutely no words for this here discovery. So you were only, for lack of a better word, cruel to your classmates? Rarity asked. Sunset shrugged. Apparently, I never really noticed. I was cruel as a way to control people and get what I wanted. There was never really a reason to be that way otherwise. Honestly, it was kind of exhausting. But I've seen you yell at random people in the mall, Rainbow questioned. Look, I do have bad days where I'm rude to everyone, Sunset admitted, but I also have a short fuse, and sometimes I just explode. Most of the time, I don't mean to tell random people off. They all nodded, satisfied with Sunset's response. You know, Sunset spoke, I never thought in a millennium I would be having an honest conversation with you five. Thanks again for letting me get that stuff on my chest. It was all pleasure, Sunset, Rarity smiled. When you asked to meet, I never expected you to come right out and apologize. But we're glad you did, Fluttershy spoke. Sunset smiled slightly. Me too. So does this mean we can hang out now? Rainbow asked excitedly. I've seen you in the gym class and you got some moves. I want to play a little one time. I want to play a little one-on-one. Oh, I should throw a party, Mickey said. When's your birthday? Do you celebrate Christmas? Or do you prefer Hanukkah? Or Kwanzaa? Wait, do you even like parties? Oh my gosh, what if I throw a party and you don't even like parties? Wait, she yelled. Have you ever been to a party? It took a moment for Sunset to formulate a response. I don't celebrate my birthday. I guess Christmas I've been to one party my entire life, and I did like it, I think. Whoa, 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 Rainbow said. You don't celebrate your birthday? Sunset shook her head. Nope, not in the last 7 years at least. But why? She asked. Because there's never really a point, Sunset said. Look, the last birthday I celebrated was with my parents the year before. I became a Celeste student. I didn't really care about birthday for the year after, in fact. I didn't even notice my birthday had passed till the morning after. For the rest, I was here. What's the point in celebrating your birth if there isn't anyone who cares that you were born? That's really sad, Fluttershy said. What about your family? On the other side of the portal, and I doubt they care that I'm gone. I wasn't exactly the child they had always wanted. I did everything I could to get out of there, Sunset said with a frown. The group went silent before Rarity spoke. Enough with the touchy subjects. I'm sure she'll share when she's ready. How about the basics? Oh, what do you want to know? Sunset asked. Miss Cake returned shortly after with their drinks as they continued talking. The woman giving Sunset a I told you so wink. Sunset smiled as she talked to the girls and got to know them for not just their flaws, but out of genuine interest. Alright, that was the end of chapter 11. That also felt kind of short. I don't know if it's because it's like the middle of the day or something. Oh, no, it was 10 minutes. Oh, these chapters are feeling shorter. What would I want to say? Well, I'll say it after. Every time I order food, it's like $20 now. I just want like, man, I want like a donut or something. I don't know. I need something sweet, sugary. I've been eating cereal, but I don't want cereal. I want something fatty, just disgusting. I want something, but whatever. I think my Fluttershy voice is getting better, or maybe just because it's like my voice has more range in the middle of the day versus like at night, where I can like barely even talk without like, because like sometimes I talk and like this comes out like my voice doesn't even come out. It's just like a whisper, and I keep having to re-say the same thing over and over again. But I have pretty good range in the middle of the day. It's like 4 p.m.
Heck,
I don't know.
I have pretty good range. I have pretty good range in the middle of the day.
It's kind of hard to do at night. It was Sunday afternoon in Celestia and Luna's home. Celestia was sitting on the couch, reading a book, but I also think like at night. Like I like the texture. Like I have that like kind of raspy texture. And that sounds good to listen to, in my opinion. And not this, I don't like that sound, that sound. My voice sounds kind of like more like this at night, I don't know. The younger sister, much like a teenager, had a habit of staying up all night playing her video games and sleeping well past noon on week. That is, oh my god, I love that. Bro, I think I might have to like add that to my story now. Luna playing video games and sleeping like to noon. Oh my god. Make Luna like a rivals grandmaster or something. Luna's like, what kind of games would Luna play? Would she be like one of those hyper competitive gamers who like play fighting games and basically like lost all their friends because they're too competitive at the fighting game and they're actually like a good player and nobody wants to play them anymore? Or is she like more like a story based kind of but game where she plays like RPGs? However, Celestia was a morning person, so she couldn't complain. Also, her sister was a grown woman and didn't need her to wake her up. Unlike most mornings where Luna sluggishly came down the stairs, she ran down quickly and located the older sister. What's Sunset Shimmer's address? Luna asked, a slightly panicked expression on her face. Why? Did something happen? Celestia asked, starting to sound concerned herself. What? No. Luna shook her head. I just have this feeling that it's not where she says she lives. Okay, Celestia is still confused. I woke up thinking about it, and I remember that legally, people cannot rent an apartment or home to anyone under the age of 16 without parental consent, Luna explained. But Sunset's been in this world since she was 10. Celestia started to click the pieces in place. And she wouldn't have any ID when she came here. So, Luna looked at her sister. Where has she been staying? I highly doubt she moved from where she's been staying. Actually, I think she's still 15. Celestia said out loud. And we know she lives alone. Or does she? We need to investigate, Luna said finally. Agreed. Go get some clothes on. We can stop for coffee before we go. And a jalapeno and cheese bagel? Luna squinted her eyes in mock suspension. Celestia rolled her eyes. Yes, that too. Oh my god, bro. She's fucking me, chat. She's fucking me, chat. She's fucking me for real. What the hell? Luna ran upstairs to get ready while Celestia put on her shoes and jacket, having already gotten dressed for the day. Just as she was doing up her jacket buttons, Luna came bounding down the stairs, throwing on her sneakers and jacket, before grabbing the keys and threw them at her sister. You're driving, the dark-haired woman said, before walking out the door, followed by her sister who rolled her eyes. They drove in silence to Sugar Cube Corner, getting out of the car upon arrival. Good afternoon, Miss Cake, Celestia greeted. How is your day going? Wonderful, thank you. The pink and blue woman smiled. What can I get you to this morning? You know, let me look up what she looks like before. Like, I'm assuming she's like an old woman, but I should probably. I mean, I want to look it up, but I don't feel like turning my Wi-Fi on. She's probably not even an old lady. Just an orange picoe for me. What is it? What is that? Picoe? Picui? Just an orange picoe for me, please, Celestia said. Luna leaned on the counter to stare into the woman's soul. The Bagel King and a coffee, please. Miss Cake giggled. You never change, Luna. You eating in? Sure, we have time, Celestia said. It's not like Sunset's going anywhere. Coming right up, the woman said. Celestia and Luna sat at their usual table until Miss Cake brought their drinks and Luna's king bagel. So, what are you ladies planning today? Asked Miss Cake. We're going to see what Sunset Shimmer's living situation is, Luna said frankly. Oh? Miss Cake questioned. Celestia shot her sister a look. Yes, her parents are never in town. We are concerned that she isn't getting the attention she needs. Miss Cake placed a finger to her cheek. Sunset was actually just in here yesterday. She was meeting with Pinkie Pie and her friends. Oh? Luna asked. That's odd. She's been avoiding them all week.
Miss K continued. Apparently, it was Sunset's idea. She apologized to all five of them. After that, they were here for hours, just talking as if nothing happened. Really? Celestia said thoughtfully. I'm happy that she's finally letting them in. Those girls have been trying to befriend her all week, especially after two of my students beat her. Yes, I saw the bruise. Miss Cake frowned. She acted as if it were nothing. Sunset reminds me of you two. Bullies with a heart of gold. That doesn't concern me, though. I've seen the same thing happen before. Yes, Luna said. It seems that way. Tia and I are keeping an eye on the situation. It doesn't help not having anyone to support her at home, though. Yes, Celestia added. I honestly don't trust that girl to be alone with her own thoughts at a time like this. Well, I'm glad she's got you two looking out for her well-being, Miss Cake smiled. And it seems like she got 5 new friends to support her as well. Shit. Fuck. Excuse me. To support her as well. It was silent for moments before Miss Cake excused herself, waving a goodbye to the educators. We should get going, Luna said, as she finished her bagel. Celestia nodded her agreement, and they hopped into the car, punching in the address from Sunset's student file into the GPS, then pulling out of the parking lot. They pulled up to a dingy-looking apartment building set between a pizza delivery joint and a cluster of abandoned buildings. They both got out of the car and entered the building. As expected, it was pretty sound and sanitary, but they both knew that it was probably dirt cheap, well within a high schooler's budget. They climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor and searched for the number on the door. Once they found it, Celestia knocked and stepped back to stand with her sister. A young man, most likely a college student, opened the door. Can I help you? Yes, Celestia replied. Do you know Sunset Shimmer? No, can't say I do, the man replied. The lightly colored woman sighed. Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you for your time. He smiled. Sorry I can't help you. Now, if you excuse me, I have to study for my exams. Have a nice rest of your day. The boy shut the door, and the two educators started back down the stairs. Just as we thought, Luna said suddenly. What now? Well, I guess we have to talk to her tomorrow, Celestia said. Unless... Luna said as they exited the building. Unless what? I have a hunch, Luna said. If she faked her address, and if she's anything like the two of us, she'd want to know if someone was looking for her. So she'd want to be close enough to see, but far enough that she could make a quick escape. You watch too many movies, Celestia said. But it's all we have. Luna shrugged. Besides, I've been to this particular cluster before. Celestia followed her sister around the building, into the alleyway, and started passing by the abandoned buildings. That's when they saw something peculiar. A long extension cord hanging out of a 3rd-story building. It was difficult to see because the wall had some pretty impressive graffiti that covered most of the cord as well. They followed the cord to see it was plugged into the back of the pizza joint, mostly hidden by a big blue garbage bin. They walked back to the graffitied wall and looked up to see a fire escape attached to the side of the building. Standing back a bit, they could see a desk with an unmistakable mane of red and yellow hair. Oh, Sunset. Celestia gasped quietly. Luna saw the look in her sister's eyes, so she led her older sibling to the car, this time hopping into the door seat and starting the car. Luna, we can't just leave her here, Celestia protested. I'm aware of that, sister, but what do you suppose we do about it? Luna asked. We can't force her to do anything about it. We've both seen how stubborn she is. Do you really think she'll go forcibly if we just went up there? Besides, she's been there since she came here 6 years ago. I'm pretty sure she's fine there for now. It still doesn't feel right, Celestia pouted. Yes, I know. Luna pulled into a random parking lot. The only way we can help right now is to provide adult support she needs. In school, she sighed. Don't get me wrong, Tia. I want to help her too, but the truth is, we know nothing about her. Then let's get to know her, Celestia said. And you're right. She survived this long on her own. Right, Luna nodded. Starting the car again. Tomorrow we can talk to her. Right. With that said and done, they returned home to enjoy the rest of their evening, though their thoughts never strayed too far from the flame-haired girl. I have to end chapter 12. Fucking... like, I don't know, my throat's not hurt, it's just like, I don't know, like, Is it possible for your throat to be to like not my throat sore, but like the muscles, the talking muscles, like the back of my tongue, like the top of my throat, kind of sore from doing like the female voice, that kind of this voice, like I had to like flex like the back of my throat. I don't know, like the back of my tongue, like just kind of makes it sore. Cause I'm like raising my voice box really high up, like this time I do like Fluttershy voice a lot, like
The Fluttershy voice.
it's like really high. Whatever. Let's go on chapter 13, the one I stopped on. Alright, so every 4 or so chapters is an hour. And I kind of want to make this video 5 hours long, I'm not gonna lie. So, like, I had to read, like, what's 4 times 5, 20 chapters. So, I guess chapter 24. Is 5 hours too long? Well, I don't think I even will get that far today anyway. That's a lot. But anyway, chapter 13. Chapter 13, terms. By the time morning rolled around, Sunset felt a lot better about going back to school. She was finally able to kick the headache from her concussion, meaning she didn't have to sit throughout gym today. Though she did enjoy the quiet of the library, she had to finish her art project on Sunday, so she was good to go. However, it wasn't any of those things that made her feel at ease. It was the 5 girls that had promised to look out for her. I have coffee. Fuck, it's hot. Ow, that fucking hurt. During their get-together, they all got to know Sunset, and Sunset got to know each of the girls a bit better as well. She learned that Rainbow Dash enjoyed Daring Do books as well. What is Daring Do? Is that like a thing from the show? Because, like, I low-key, like, I know I've mentioned this already, but I low-key didn't watch the show. Like, I only watched the movies. So I have, like, no idea about these references. Books as well, but Rainbow was way more of a fangirl than she was. Fluttershy was also a vegetarian and was really good at sewing. Pinkie Pie, well, is Pinkie Pie. Applejack was also pretty straightforward, and so was Rarity, but there were a lot of little tidbits Sunset found interesting to know. I don't know, I guess the coffee got me tweaking a little bit. I don't know why I said her somewhere. It's that last sentence. Caffeine got me tweaking already. I only took 2 sips. The thing that got her was all the things that they were sharing. It was in complete confidence. Sensei could easily take all the information and crush him with it, but she couldn't bear to bring herself to even entertain the idea. If she was being honest with herself, she had been incredibly lonely in the time she had spent in this world, and she was tired of it. Maybe accepting her friendship was the way out. I gotta admit, every time my voice goes like this range, it's like sore. It's like sort of, it's sore. I can't stand doing that. Sunset. As Sunset walked, that's probably talked. As Sunset walked up to the school from the bus stop, she saw Rainbow, Pinkie, and Fluttershy hanging by the Candlelight High statue. Rainbow was kicking around a hacky sack. Fluttershy was scribbling in her notebook, and Pinkie Pie seemed to be looking for someone. Scanning the grounds of students arriving. I feel like it's annoying. It sounds annoying. I'm gonna read normally. Arriving early with such a serious look in her face, it was almost ridiculous. It was in that Pinkie Pie's gaze rested on Sunset. The pink-haired girl smiled and ran in her direction. Sunset, I've scanned the perimeter for Gilda and Trixie. Her expression was serious before she got a triumphant smirk. The coast is clear. Sunset rolled her eyes but smiled at the gesture. Thanks, Pinkie Pie, I appreciate it. Though I doubt they would be here. They're suspended. I told you, Rainbow said as they reached the statue. Well, you never know, Fluttershy spoke. Damn, it was outside, chat. I think they're trying to like clean that. There's like this weird leak that happened. It smelled really weird. I think they're still trying to clean and fix the pipes or whatever. Gilda doesn't seem like she would listen to authority. Well, Sunset added, she is transferring to Crystal Prep. I doubt she'd even want to come back here, even just to get even. If she does, we got your back now. They aren't avoiding us, Rainbow said, still kicking the sack around. Sunset smiled and mumbled a quick thanks as Pinkie hopped up to the statue and continued her lookout. The fiery-haired girl weighed her options carefully. What do I do now? Do I stay? Or do I continue going to the school? Would they think I'm avoiding them if I keep going? Luckily, she didn't have to fret over it for more than a moment, because Fluttershy caught her attention.
Hey, Sunset,
The girl spoke.
do you like animals?
Sunset mentally thanked her and smiled. Yeah, I actually do.
You want to see some pictures of the animals we have at the shelter?
The girl held up the fur phone with this green case with 3 butterflies on the front. Sunset nodded and sat next to the animal lover as she showed her the pictures, even explaining how some of them came to be at the shelter in the first place. It broke the former bullet's heart to hear the stories of abused animals, ones whose owners died, or even as simple as strays being found on their last legs. Eventually, Applejack and Rarity joined them and struck up conversation with Sunset. They were all feeling relieved that Sunset had loosened up significantly since their reading on Saturday. I don't know. I don't know if I'm fucking tweaking, but like, I'm cracking up at the idea of like, writing a story just like complete like every chapter like almost advancing the plot, and then just stopping just to do some random shit like this, like Fluttershy showing animal pictures. Like, isn't that funny? Just like baiting the readers, like, oh shit, something's gonna happen in this chapter, and then the whole chapter just like them fucking looking at pictures of animals. That would be funny, and just keep repeating that, and you have like a fucking story for like 200 chapters that it never goes anywhere. That's basically what a lot of stories, a lot of manga is today. I heard what's that story called? Rent a Girlfriends is like that. That's what I heard. The 6 girls made their way into the school to their lockers before class started. It's just like plot bait. There's no actual plot in the story, just fucking bait every chapter. That's funny. I know I might make people mad by saying this, but that's what I think One Piece is, even though I haven't read it. Like, how can a story go on that long? Like, it has to be just baiting. Like, that shit has to be just bait. Like, there's no way there's actual fucking story in that shit. Like, stories just shouldn't go on that long, in my opinion. Celestia watched Sunset walk to her first period class alone, having split apart from the other 5 as they had classes with their own get. And I was like, let me interrupt one more time. As a Baki reader, plot bait is so fucking real. Like, Baki, nothing fucking happens in Baki. Like, I read like 200 chapters. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's very entertaining, but nothing fucking happens in that story. Like, it's like, it always just like, this motherfucker is so fucking strong. And then, like, Yujiro just fucking beats him like one fucking hit or some shit. And it's like, oh, okay. So we had this whole fucking 5-chapter introduction of how strong this fucking character is just for them to fucking get owned in like one hit. So, and it is very entertaining, but not exactly a plot. Not exactly plot happening. And it has this problem where it would be like, this guy is known all over Japan to be the strongest fucking person. And then they get fucking owned. And then another person fucking comes like, no, this person's known to be fucking the fucking strongest. Like, fuck. So it's like, how the fuck we never heard about this person before now then? That's how I think One Piece is, quote unquote, foreshadowing. The fucking foreshadowing you're talking about. There's no fucking way that One Piece has a story. I'm sorry. It doesn't have a fucking story if it's that fucking long. But anyway. And I think, has Baki been going on longer than One Piece? Like before, like time-wise, not chapter-wise, but like, I don't know. She had returned to her office shortly after and tried to occupy her mind with the paperwork she had to do, but sadly, it did little to help. Celestia was impatiently awaiting 3rd period, where she would have her conversation with Sunset. It broke her heart to learn of Sunset's living conditions, but as Luna had pointed out to her, Sunset needed to tell her on her own accord. However, with that said, not only was her living situation depressing, it was also illegal, not to mention dangerous. That building had been abandoned since she was a teenager. By the time lunch rolled around, Celestia was impatient, so about 10 minutes before the lunch period ended, she had a secretary call Sunset down to her office. Before she knew it, there was a small knock on her office door. "Come in," she said, now fully composed. Sunset poked her head in, a nervous expression on her face. You wanted to see me?" "Yes, Sunset, have a seat." Celestia ordered in her automatic principal voice. "Relax, Celestia. You're acting like she's in trouble." Celestia mentally kicked herself. Sunset awkwardly sat in one of the chairs across from the large desk, now entirely composed, but Celestia could see that the girl was incredibly tense despite her effort to hide it. Relax, Sunset. Relax. I don't know why I did the rarity voice. Relax, Sunset. Celestia lowered her voice to a more soothing one. You aren't in trouble. I just wanted to talk. That did, in fact, seem to get her relaxed. She leaned back in her chair and instantly dropped her composed look, now looking at the woman with a calmer but still blank expression. Celestia smiled. So, Sunset asked after a moment of silence, what did you want to talk to me about? I was just wondering how you were adjusting, she asked, and immediately regretted her choice of words. Sunset frowned. Fine, I guess. Besides most of the student body hating me. Celestia sighed deeply. I'm sorry. That was a poor choice of words. I was more talking about Rainbow Dash, Fluttershy Rarity, Pinkie Pie, and Applejack. I saw you girls in the courtyard this morning. They've also seemed to have stuck close to you since you returning to classes when your suspension ended. Sunset smiled at this. Yeah, I kind of feel bad for avoiding them most of the time. But you six are fine now, she questioned, though very well knowing the answer. The girl nodded. Yeah, I think I'm going to give this friendship thing a try. That's wonderful to hear. Celestia smiled, then opened her desk drawer and retrieved a folder, placing it in front of Sunset. Go ahead, look inside. I remember this part. Sunset opened the file and quickly figured out it was her student file. Transcripts, contact information, grades, etc. It didn't take long for her to realize something was missing. Where's my record of misconduct? She asked. The principal immediately after scanning She asked the principal immediately after scanning the contents. Celestia smiled at how fast she picked up on what was missing. The principal held up a stack of papers. This is your Snips and Snails records, including this past suspension. Why did you take them out? Sunset asked, perplexed. Sunset. You have been given a bad hand, and despite what you may think, me and Vice Principal Luna and your new friend see your potential. Celestia explained. When I first met you, I saw you for what you were, a bitter teenager with a bad attitude. Sunset frowned. But also, I saw what was hidden, what you could be. I saw the compassion and sincerity deep inside of you, clouded by all that ill-placed ambition. Celestia looked as Sunset stared at the floor, brows furrowed. It took a lot, but I can tell you finally start to realize that hidden potential for yourself. That doesn't explain why you have the papers, Sunset said, unsure of Celestia's words. Like I said, you've been dealt a bad hand in the past, but now you're trying to change your ways. I also understand most of what is on Snips and Snails records are things they've done under your instruction. Celestia placed the 3 individual files in a row in front of Sunset. The thing about these records is that they don't acknowledge change or growth. They only see the negative, and unfortunately, it follows you until the end of college. Okay, I'm lost, Sunset admitted. Do you really want to change, Sunset? Are you really trying to better yourself? Celestia asked seriously. Sunset's expression turned to one of determination. Yes, I really do. I was just a horrible person. I don't want to be her anymore. I don't want to keep hurting people. Celestia reached under the desk and set her paper shredder on top. Then I think you deserve a fresh start. In the eyes of the school, at least. I'm not going to let you. Okay, let me rest. Then I think you deserve a fresh start. In the eyes of the school, at least. I'm not going to let you or past mistakes ruin the bright future you have ahead of you. I'm also not going to let you carry the guilt of Snips and Snails' past transgressions, she sighed, though I don't think that will help much. Wait, are you serious? You're just willing to let all that go? Sunset asked, dumbfounded. Aren't you going to get in trouble? Celestia shrugged. Well, no one ever said I couldn't. Principal Celestia gestured for Sunset to shred the documents, just as the door burst open, revealing the dark-haired vice principal. You're actually going to do it? Luna said excitedly with a smile that Sunset had never seen on the vice principal. It was almost childlike. Yes, I informed you that I was, Celestia addressed her sister. Oh, I have to see this. Luna closed the door and stood by the desk. Sunset stared confused. Celestia sighed. Vice Principal Luna likes to break the rules. Yes. Luna waved off her sister. Now, Shred them. Sunset chuckled a bit and picked up Snips' document and turned on the shredder, and let the pages go. Next, she sent Snails's and watched that go through as well. It felt as if the weight of 1,000 moons was lifted off her shoulders. Hey, you guys. Do you guys like the Luna voice? Like I seen like the clips of her like being excited and like jumping around. She then picked up her own file. Sunset frowned and opened it up, looking through all her past deeds and mistakes. Unlike Snips and Snails, she shredded up each page of hers individually. She remembered every single instance and watched them to go through the shredder. Finally, the page was from the fall formal. Of course, it didn't say anything about a raging she-demon. Celestia had changed it to fireworks and nothing about destroying the school. Can I keep this one? Sunset asked. Yes, but may I ask why? Celestia asked, exchanging confused looks with her sister. Sunset took a deep breath. Everything that I've done in my entire life had led me to that single defining moment. And ultimately, it showed me what I had become. That was what was in my heart. I hate myself for that. The girl was shaking in anger, tears forming in her eyes. I can't let myself be pardoned from this because I don't deserve to be. She relaxed a little, not yet at least. I understand, Celestia nodded. Keep it until you feel like you need to. Sunset folded the paper up and tenderly put it in her bag as Celestia returned the paper shredder to its spot under the desk. Luna waved her goodbyes and left the office. There is another thing I would like to discuss with you, Celestia said. Oh, okay, I'm listening, Sunset said. There is an issue of your living situation, Celestia started, having no intent on telling Sunset that she found out her real living quarters. Sunset froze but stayed silent. I'm not an unfair woman, but I don't think a child should be living alone, Celestia explained. However, you are a special case, and I understand why you don't wish for anyone to know of your residence. Sunset sighed in relief. Thank you, I'm not finished, Celestia interrupted. I have a few conditions. In case anything does happen with schooling or otherwise, I need a way of contacting you or vice versa. I understand that your friends all have your number, and they would be happy to help if you need it, but you need an adult that can be contacted if the need should arise. Sunset stared in either awe or shock, but she said nothing. Secondly, the principal continued, I know I might be crossing some sort of line between the student-principal relationship and saying this, but I believe counseling would be in your best interest. I don't need a counselor, Sunset protested. Besides, what would I tell them? I couldn't even remotely talk about my past. I know you and Vice Principal Luna know, along with the girls, but if the wrong people know, I could be taken away by the government and have weird experiments done on me, or I could be probed. Probed! I have no idea what that is, but I don't exactly think that sounds fun. At this point, Sunset was in full-out panic, so Celestia interjected. Sunset, relax. I've thought of that. Now, I used to be a school counselor, and I'm willing to make time in my schedule for this period every day if you need it. Sunset calmed down and thought on this. It's not like she felt particularly uncomfortable talking to the woman. Being her former mentor's counterpart helped a little, but she found the Celestia more compassionate and easier to talk to than her Celestia. Heck, she's already two heart-to-heart conversations with her in the last couple of weeks. Yeah, this story's a lot different from the other one. Like Sunset, it took her a very long time to accept Celestia in the other story. Besides, being able to talk to someone might be nice, Sunset thought. Do you have a pen and a piece of paper? Asked Sunset. Celestia had a pen and a pad of sticky notes in front of Sunset, who scribbled her cell phone number on it and handed it back to Celestia. Thank you, Sunset said, running her finger through her hair, for actually caring about what happens to me. The principal smiled at her student. I care about all my students, Sunset. You just happen to be the one who needs it the most. After a few minutes of talking, Sunset said a quick goodbye and left for the library as it was her day to spare. Luna came into her sister's office after watching Sunset leave. So, how did it go? Celestia sighed and smiled. She agreed to my terms. Don't go getting too attached, Luna snickered. That's why Mom banned you from the shelter after you brought home that bird. And Philomena lived longer than expected for an avian, Celeste protested. I took great care of her. Luna smiled. That's what I'm afraid of. Alright, that's the end. Loki. I was struggling in the last few paragraphs. Oh my god. My voice. Like, my voice, my tongue, like, my jaw, like, everything's exhausted. Like, I need to take a break. I might have, like, a sore whole bottom half of my face. Whole bottom half of my head's gonna be sore tomorrow. Alright, so, I just realized that, like, I don't even have, like, enough space on my phone even to export a 5-hour long video anyway. Or maybe I can find a way, but I don't know. Like, I had to delete stuff just to export the 50-minute videos. This might be cooked, can't lie. I had to, like, try to export it on my computer or something, I don't know. I don't have editing software though, I just use UCut or whatever. Chapter 14. Man, I want donuts. Chapter 14, The Shelter. After school, Sunset was on the way home when Fluttershy stopped her at the Wonder Colt statue. Hello. Fuck, hold on, I gotta get ready. Hello, Sunset, she said shyly. I was wondering if, since you told me you like animals, I wanted to. She sighed and hung her head slightly. You know what? Never mind. You'll probably say no anyway. The shy girl frowned and stared at the ground. Sunset furrowed her brows. Low-key, I think my voice is already starting to get to that point. Yeah, she knew Fluttershy was uncomfortable with asking things of people. Her especially, but the last thing she wanted was for Fluttershy to be afraid of her. Again. It's okay, Fluttershy. It can't hurt to ask. Sunset flashed her a reassuring smile. The fact that Sunset was actually making an effort gave Fluttershy a little more confidence in the girl's answer. Do you mean if you're free, maybe want to help me at the shelter today? I know we just became friends and all, but this morning you were fawning over the pictures I had, so I thought... I'd love to, Sunset smiled brightly. Okay, I understand. Fluttershy's eyes widened. Really? Sunset shrugged but kept her smile. Sure, I don't see why not. I'm not doing anything, and I thought they all looked adorable. Fluttershy beamed and grabbed Sunset's arm, heading towards town. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be so much fun. I gotta improve the voice. If I'm gonna be talking in Fluttershy this much, I gotta, like, lock in with this voice. Oh my goodness. No. This is gonna be so fun. I don't know, Chad. I can't do it. Oh my goodness. This is gonna be so fun. I don't have friends to help me very often. Don't get me wrong, they help when they can, but Rainbow Dash is slightly allergic to dander. H has a farm. Rarity helps when she's not working, and Pinkie Pie, she giggled, tries to impersonate them. Well, I'm happy to help, Sunset said. I've been to the shelter a lot in the winter when I find strays. I don't like seeing animals miserable when I can do something. Fluttershy raised an eyebrow, causing Sunset to look at the ground and frown. Yeah, I get it. Absurd coming from me. Fluttershy waved her hands in front of her. No, that's not it. I've seen you out of school a few times, and you never seem like the horrible bully you were at school. No offense. None taken. Anyway, Fluttershy continued, I always hid from you, especially at the shelter. But if I'm being honest, you were never really as bad as everyone is leading on. They walked in silence, other than the odd small talk until they made it to the shelter. They entered the cream-colored building and moved behind the counter to the back area. Sunset was silent as Fluttershy went to fetch the head veterinarian. The pony turned human stared at the ground with a blank expression, as Fluttershy's words sank in. To Sunset, others saying she wasn't as bad as people think, which is an outlandish idea. An idea as saying she was in some sort of fan fiction where the writer would put her through misery for fun. Absolutely ridiculous and highly unlikely. I feel like I read this already. Did I read this chapter already? It just feels so familiar. I don't know. This either happened in the last story or I'm having like deja vu. Sunset snapped out of her thoughts when a tall woman entered the room. She had a head of graying sky blue hair and pale orange green skin. Sunset? She looked at the other teen quizzically. What are you doing here? She looked at Fluttershy. I thought you said that your new friend used to be a bully. If I may, she spoke nervously. She's right, Dr. Fauna. You know what? Dr. Fauna stated. What voice should I do for her? Wait, is Dr. Fauna? Yeah. Okay, so what voice did a doctor have? I don't know. You know what? Dr. Fauna stated. I don't even know what to know about it. I don't even want to know about it. All I know is that you're a good Samaritan who has a huge soft spot for animals. It's how I want to see you unless you have given me a reason not to. Sunset smiled meekly. I'll be more than happy if I could stay that way. Well then, she claps her hands together. Fluttershy, I trust you have this under control. Now if you need me, I have to untangle Blaze again. Is Blaze a snake? Sunset asked. Fluttershy and Dr. Fauna laughed, much to Sunset's confusion.
Not exactly.
Fluttershy snickered. Blaze is my trainee, Dr. Fauna explained, and he always seems to get tangled up in the dog leashes. Sunset giggled as Fauna left the room. Fluttershy led her to the break room, where they switched out their jackets and sweaters for lab coats. They spent a few hours feeding all of the animals for the night. Some cats recognized Sunset and started to egg her on, so she pet them by making her trip and blocking the food bowls. She gladly pet them so they'd move out of her way. One animal in particular, a chocolate lab with a missing left ear by the name of Rookie, recognized the flame-haired girl, and as soon as Fluttershy opened the gate to feed him, he bolted, almost knocking the pink-haired girl over. Sunset, however, turned just in time to see the giant dark brown dog jump on top of her, knocking her to the ground with a loud thump. Fluttershy hurried to where the dog and Sunset were, smiling as she saw Sunset being licked to death by the overgrown dog while laughing.
It's nice to see you again, too.
Oh, it's nice to see you again too, Rookie, she laughed. Hey, stop. I can use a little help, please. Fluttershy laughed, carefully leading the dog back to the pen.
He remembers you. He was being attacked by some kids, right?
Yeah, Sunset said, as Fluttershy helped her to her feet. He's looking a lot better. The other girl nodded.
And so do you. I was volunteering last night and you brought him in. That night you brought him in. You had bruises on your arms and face.
Sunset looked at Fluttershy and smiled. Yeah, I kinda had to fight my way to him.
Well, I'm glad you did, Fluttershy said. He was in really bad shape.
It sucks no one's adopted him yet, Sunset stated. I'm personally not much of a dog person. Unless one gains pawn human-like intelligence, I'm out. Oh, unless one gains human-like intelligence, I'm out. Fluttershy giggled.
Fair enough. Dr. Fauna loves him. I'm pretty sure she wants to take him home, but is waiting to move into her new house first.
Why do you think that?
Well, this one couple came in earlier today and saw him. They were ready to adopt, but she told him he's already been adopted, she explained. I checked his file and he's still homeless.
Sunset smiled. I'm sure they'll be very happy together. The girls finished up feeding and cleaning the pens. Before they knew it, Dr. Fauna yelled that it was time to close shop. Sunset looked at the wall clock and was surprised to see that it was almost 8 o'clock. Wow, it doesn't seem like it's that late.
Yeah, time does fly around here,
Fluttershy agreed. The girls went outside after grabbing their jackets and waving goodbye to Dr. Fauna. There was a car out front with a man at the wheel. He had dark green skin and pale pink hair on his head that was styled in such a way Sunset couldn't help but associate with soft serve ice cream.
That's my dad, Fluttershy said. Would you like a ride?
Sunset thought of this for a brief moment, but didn't really want Fluttershy or anyone for that matter to know where she lived. No thanks, I'll take the bus.
Okay, she said. Text me when you get home. See you tomorrow.
Sunset waved as Fluttershy and her dad drove off. She found the bus stop and sat on the bench waiting for the bus. Actually a good day. Maybe there's something to this friendship thing, Sunset thought. She boarded the bus when it came around the corner and took a spot near the front. Digging through her bag, she brought out a folded piece of paper. Opening it, she stared at the record that held her deeds of the formal to some degree. Though it wasn't in her permanent record anymore, she knew it had still happened and she thought she deserved to keep it around as a constant reminder as to how much she screwed up. It made her frown once again. What if the girls in Principal Celestia are wrong? What if I haven't changed? What if I can't? I could just be this ticking time bomb, and when I go off, I could just repeat my same mistakes. I don't want to be that version of myself again. I was so alone. I might as well be back with my parents. Sunset got off at her stop and walked to the abandoned building, then ducked inside. On her floor, she took a step forward, and one of the fluted floorboards cracked inwards, almost making Sunset fall face first. Well, that's new, she told herself. She looked around the hall at the usual cracked walls and peeling paint. Indeed, the building was practically falling apart, but Sunset thought nothing of it. She lived there for 6 years and never had a problem. Going to her room, the thoughts of this all being some elaborate farce weighed heavy in her mind. She looked to the corner of the room and picked up her guitar and started strumming the acoustic. Sunset got lost in the rhythm and it calmed her nerves. It had been something she had initially taken up to quickly learn to use her fingers. She prided herself in the fact that she taught herself to play, and music class taught her how to read music. Even after she had gotten the hang of having the extra appendages, she still played and found it calming. The tune she played was nameless but warm, assertive, and it gave her a sense of self-worth. She'd always wanted to turn it into an entire song, including the lyrics, but with all of her plans and manipulation, she never had the time. No time like the present, Sunset thought, as she took out a piece of paper. As the end, I don't know, that felt kind of short too. Unless I'm just insane. I'm just going insane. Everything feels short now. This is a Sunday kind of mindset. Everything just like going by quickly. Man, I don't want cereal. I want like... no. I want to eat like a real meal today. I don't want the cafeteria food. But whatever. I don't want to spend money. I hate spending money.
Bro, this don't have nothing to do with the video, but like, I hate when people like underestimate Fluttershy and like they make her like fucking stupid. Like, I'm not talking about this story, but I'm talking about like, I've been seeing these like memes like Fluttershy is not fucking stupid. Like, yeah, she's shy, but like, that don't mean she can't do anything. Like, she's still intelligent human being, like, or pony. Like, she's not stupid. Like, being stupid and shy is those are two different things.
I want to wipe clear my throat. My throat isn't even like dry or oily or anything. Chapter 15. The past is undefining. The next week passed as smoothly as it could have for Sunset. There was no Trixie or Gilda to cause her any physical pain, so all she had to do was endure the snide remarks and comments from the other students, occasionally being shoved in a locker by a random classmate. Her saving grace was the 5 girls that had surrounded her and seemed to forgive her for what she'd done. However, how long would it last? Sunset still harbored feelings that her change might be temporary, and it made her rethink her entire situation. She didn't want to go back to being the old her, but would she be able to stop herself? What if she ended up hurting the people who actually cared about her? Do they even care? That was another thing that weighed down on her. She feared that this friendship was just temporary as well, and eventually the novelty would rub off, and they would all leave her alone again. Sunset thought about her deal with Celestia. I might actually need someone more experienced to give me some perspective on this. She did say she wanted to help me. She really needed someone other than the 5 girls to talk to, and Principal Celestia seemed like a good option. Celestia chuckled at the thought. How many high schoolers actually want to talk to the principal? However, I'm not your average student. It was the end of the day, and though Sunset knew Principal Celestia set aside 3rd period to talk, she really wanted to get her concerns off her chest and didn't want to wait until Monday. The last few nights had been rather sleepless with her thoughts of betrayal and ill intent piling into her mind. Walking to the office, Sunset saw the door to Celeste's office opened, just enough so she could see the papers being strewn across the desk. The receptionist wasn't wasn't there, so Sunset stood in the vacant front office, trying to decide whether or not to knock, wait for the receptionist, or go home and meet her at the time Celestia said she'd set aside. All the while just staring at the door to the principal's office. She had to be standing there for a solid minute before the door opened. Sunset? Sunset? Celestia questioned, snapping the girl from her thoughts. Shouldn't you be headed home? Yeah, I just... Sunset trailed off, rubbing the back of her neck. Is something wrong? Celestia asked. No, yes, maybe? Sunset sighed and slumped down in a nearby chair. I'm probably just overanalyzing things. It's probably nothing. Sorry. Sunset made no move to leave, and Celestia knew very well that Sunset had wanted to talk about whatever was bothering her and was just too proud to admit it. Why don't you come into my office? Celestia offered, smiling at her. Really? Sunset asked. I don't want to bug you while you're working. Nonsense, she replied simply, walking back into her office. Sunset followed and shut the door before Sunset followed and shut the door before taking a seat in a chair across from Principal Celestia's desk. The woman cleared her desk and sat with her arms crossed, elbows resting on the oak surface. So what seems to have you worried? Celestia asked. Sunset looked down at her hands and clasped in her lap. I don't know, it's kind of stupid. Now, Sunset. Celestia gave her a reassuring smile. If it's bothering you, it can't really be all that stupid. Can you please not do that? Sunset asked. Celestia looked at Sunset with a confused expression. Do what? Stop talking to me like a counselor. Sunset spoke, irritancy evident in her tone. Don't talk to me like I'm fragile, that I could break at any moment. I'm not a child. I got enough of that in Equestria. I don't need to hear too. At this point, almost yelling, just talk to me like any other person. And yes, you're my principal, but it's not like I'm going to go to authorities if you say something I don't like. That would just lead them to know I'm underage, leave me alone. I've been on my own for 6 years. I think I can handle being talked to like an actual human being. Bro. Bro, why is it so familiar? Did I read this already? There's no way I got this far in the story. I feel like I read this already. Yeah, I've definitely read this before. Unless this happened exactly the same way it happened in the other story. In, what's it called? What is it called again? The Limits? Oh, the Beyond the Precipice. Sunset was breathing heavily after her rant, and Celeste just took it with grace. The high school principal was a little startled at the sudden outburst. She scanned Sunset's expression and saw bags sitting on her eyes, and her eyes have a look of both anger and regret. Sunset's eyes widened when she realized she had just lashed out at her principal for no reason. I'm sorry, she panicked. It just kind of happened. I didn't mean to yell at you like that. The girl frowned and looked at her hands again. Celeste studied her for a brief moment before she spoke. It's okay, Sunset. I understand what you're trying to say. But I have to ask, have you always, how do I put it, had a short fuse? Sunset was surprised and glad that she was so upfront about it. Yeah, it started when I was a small child, shortly after I was adopted. You were adopted? Celestia asked out of genuine curiosity. She nodded. Yep, I'm not exactly sure what happened to my birth parents. So my adoptive ones were all I knew. Anyway, my parents are really nice ponies, really. But they really just want a toddler forever. They were overprotective and talked down to me even when I was old enough to do my own thing. Eventually, I got tired of it and it made me angry. When I lashed out, they acted like it was just a tantrum and they tried to soothe me. They acted like I was stupid and it irked me. Wow, I've heard of coddling, but that's just odd, the principal said. I can see how that can develop a temper, especially if it was so constant. Sudden nodded. Yeah, it was pretty bad. I always had the feeling of needing to grow up and prove something. Oh, Celestia asked. Care to elaborate? Sure, Sunset obliged. I got sick of it. I was just so angry all the time and hurt. So that's when I started to sneak out at night and practice my magic, to prove I had grown up. Sunset shook her head. That opened a whole new can of worms. When I showed them what I could do, they freaked out, like I had just set fire to the house when I had only made some puppets fly around and I accidentally knocked over a vase. So a few days later, I ran to Celestia's school for gifted unicorns. Celestia choked on her own saliva.
Oh, sorry. I forgot that I'm a magical princess in the other world. Right, Sensei continued. I aced the entrance exam, but the princess wanted to meet my parents. Okay. Chat. But the principal wanted to meet my parents. I begged her not to. I begged her not. Okay, I keep doing Sensei's voice like Celestia. It can make it confusing. I begged her not to. I begged her not. Okay, hold on. I begged her not to and explained how my home life was too, but I didn't really have a choice. Luckily, it didn't take long for her to figure out why I wanted to leave. They sent me to take a nap and tried to give me a sippy cup instead of a glass. Needless to say, I lost it, and the princess sent me to wait outside. In the end, she had to talk to my parents, and I was off to magic school. I buried myself in my studies, and well, you see where that got me. How was your relationship with the princess? Asked Celestia. I think this is the first time I've seen that. Someone said she actually had like parents, that she knew her like parents before she went to school and wasn't like an orphan or something. Great, much better than me with my parents. Sunset answered. Don't get me wrong. After I started school, they tried, but it was just never. I don't know. Celeste gave me lessons in the morning, and I did my own thing in the afternoon. Complete personal freedom. I'm going to be frank with you, Sunset. Celestia said, being the girl's eyes. It sounds like you went from a home that didn't let you grow up to a place that wanted you to grow up too fast. Oh, what do you mean? The younger girl questioned. Well, you were way too sheltered with your parents, Celestia explained. Then with the princess, she gave you freedom, yes, but she didn't give you a firm hand to direct you to other things other than studies. She always tried to push me to make some friends, Sunset countered. Yes, but she never outright told you to do it, did she? The one pointed out. Sunset shook her head. She never really told me to do anything until those last months. Do you think you were lacking your influences? Celestia asked. Sunset put her hand to her chin and thought, not really. Then again, I had nothing to do to compare it to. I didn't have any friends, and then I came to this world and had nobody at all. I guess I'm just used to freedom after Celestia. I used to go buy horse years in Equestria, so when I was 10, I was 16 there. Now I'd be 24 in Equestria. It's how I was raised. Hold on, what is that? Wait. Okay. Oh, okay, it's just, okay, I get it. That confused me for a second. So let's say thought on this. Well, to be honest, I find that rather puzzling. But still, you aren't very different from any other teenager. SCHS. You get in trouble, you grow, you learn, and now you're making friends. This made Sunset frown slightly. However, that can wait for another time. Celeste relented. I'm sorry we seem to have gotten off topic. There was something you want to talk to me about? Sunset frowned. That's just it. I'm making friends, but how do I know if it's real? Like you said, I've lived a pretty sheltered life before now. I don't know anything about being social or about relationships. I'm just terrified that they're doing this for some reason, and when they deem me reformed or whatever, they're gonna leave me. I don't want to be alone again. Sensei hid herself, tears forming in her eyes. I'm tired of always being alone. This struck a chord in Celestia, the same one she felt when seeing where Sunset lived. In front of her was a lonely girl who never had any proper parental guidance in life, and is afraid to lose everything she ever had in the past. In such a short time, Sensei had come so far, and tried so hard to change what she had become even now. It tore her insides. Now, after a month of trying to correct herself, despite the bullying and self-doubt, she broke. Everything she's been bottling up is coming out all at once. Cecily did the only thing she could think of. She got up from a chair and sat next to Sunset, who was now in a full emotional breakdown, and wrapped her arms around her. Immediately, Sunset turned and accepted the hug, clutching onto the principal as if she was her last lifeline. I'm scared, and I don't know what to do, Sunset said between sobs. I know it's silly, and I'm just thinking of the worst case scenario. That will probably never happen, but it's still in my head after we hang out. I feel accepted and I don't feel pressured. I don't want it to change. But what if I'm the one to ruin it? What if I become that again? Sunset was still crying, but she was a little calmer now. Sunset, I assure you, those 5 girls are not going to just up and leave you. Celestia began to stroke Sunset's hair and spoke in a soothing voice. You're only scared because it's new, and you're letting your walls down. You've been so isolated, and it's a big step to go away from that. I see. You also care about them, and you will never try to hurt them like that again. Sunset sniffled. How do you know? I've done it before. Because you didn't care before, Celestia said. Now that you're getting to know them, you want to protect them. And that, Sunset, is the difference between you now and the old you. Sunset pulled away and grabbed a tissue from the box on the desk and wiped her nose, putting the swallowed tissue in the garbage can. Sunset, listen to me, Celestia said, getting the girl's attention. Your past is not what defines you. What you do here and now is what matters. Sunset looked at the ground, smiling, and mumbled, My past is not today. Excuse me? Sunset questioned. It's what you said. My past is not who I am today, except... Sunset brought her hands over her shoulders and traced the scars on her shoulder blade. It always leaves scars. Are you okay, Sunset? Celestia asked for some reason, finding that action unsettling. Sunset met her eyes and smiled. Yeah, I think I'm fine for now, thanks, Principal Celestia. I'm glad I could help. I was honestly afraid that you wouldn't take me up on the offer, Celestia admitted. Me neither, honestly, Sunset told her, but I felt like I couldn't handle it all. I know myself enough to know that I need an outlet. Usually I punch a wall or something, but it wasn't really helping me deal with my problem. Well, I'm glad you felt comfortable enough to tell me. Celestia rose. Anything else that can't be left until Monday? No, I'm good. Sunset grabbed her bag and headed for the door, but stopped. Celestia was about to ask what was wrong, but Sunset then turned and hugged the older woman. Thanks again, Sunset said before parting, just as quickly and headed home. Celestia smiled and held her forehead. Luna's going to kill me. So here's an author's note I think is important. Did I mention my lack of self-control? Anyway, this is my favorite chapter in this first arc. I call it the acceptance arc, and I believe you can see why. Also, I loved all the positive comments and feedback. I think it's the reason why I'm in a good mood. Anyways, thanks, and I'll catch you again on Monday. So, those first, this is the 15th chapter, I think. So those first 15 chapters were, I guess, one arc. One complete story arc. I don't know, my phone's being weird right now. I can't look at the chapters, chat. My phone is like being weird. Oh. Alright. So that was the first arc. So should I stop there since like the first arc is done? I don't know. I want this video to be 5 hours. Maybe I should keep reading till like I'm halfway done. But that'll mean reading 10 more chapters. Or actually, not 10 more. 15 more. This is 59 chapters. That'll mean reading like everything I just read up until now again. I don't know if I'm built like that. I don't know, chap. How long is this? I think this will be like about 3.5 hours right now if I stop right here. I could always check. Something that's interesting is I sincerely thought the internet was just dead. Like, there's like no real people here anymore. Because like every social media I use is like there's no one there, like just bots, like, and just no one ever comments, no one ever fucking says anything. There's always likes, but no one ever says anything. But like AO3 is like alive. That's crazy. AO3 is active. I didn't expect that. Like, I didn't read the comment, but I got a comment the first day, which sounds like, doesn't sound like that much, but like that's like a lot compared to for someone I never posted on an account before. I just had that account just like sitting there for years. It's kind of crazy. I don't know about fanfiction.net and other ones though. I have to go look at those too. I'm low-key like I'm doing the ASD thing where I'm like charting this on like Sheets, Google Sheets, like how much traffic's getting each day. Anyway, maybe it's just because like these modern websites, they're all concerned about having ads. It's like kind of just scraping money. They're not like their old selves. Like guess the reason like Wattpad and okay, I stuttered so bad just now. The reason that Wattpad and Tumblr and stuff like that are dead because like DeviantArt is all dead because they're not like the classic. They haven't sustained their classic early internet style like AO3 and FFN. But I don't know that much about. I don't know if FFN is still that active. But I did look at a story I wrote on there a while ago, and it like surprised me. Like I didn't even know I had an FFN account. I forgot I had an account. I like wrote a story on there years ago, and it actually had like it had engagement on it. It's a terrible story too. I only had like one chapter, like 700 words long. But anyway, there's also something else I wanted to say. Oh, I'm gonna try to get chapter 20. I really want 5 hours. I don't think 20 is gonna be enough for 5 hours. I just don't want this to be like another 3 hour and a half video. I have too many of those already. What was I gonna say? And also like, is it kind of crazy how people like are getting paid to like talk? I find that so like crazy. Cause like I worked so hard like in different things in my life and got like nothing from it. But there's some people who literally just like talk and they get like full salaries for doing that. It's kind of crazy. And I know it's like it's normal because like humans are a social species. So of course like you can just survive by just like socializing, right? But it just seems so weird. Like you can literally have a full salary, full like house, mortgage, everything, family, just from like talking, having a career. You just talk. Like, but whatever. I'm gonna start. I don't want to keep stalling the story. Chapter 16, I think. First meeting. Sunset was woken up early, but the incessant. Oh, bro. It's already. I'm supposed to be on what to do. Chapter 16, what to do. Hold on, let me make sure. Yeah, what to do. Chapter 16, what to do. Celeste got home late after her talk with Sunset. She didn't like to see the girl so distraught, however, it surprised Celeste that she even wanted to speak to her in the first place. Oh yeah, and I'm gonna be like breathing heavier and like gasping for air more because like it's like late at night and I'm tired. My body's tired. Luna. Celeste called upon getting in the door. I'm home. Took you long enough. The younger sister called. Celeste took her coat and shoes off at the door, then followed the sweet smell of spaghetti into the kitchen. Luna was leaning against the island in a t-shirt from one of her video games, playing on a blue DS. I love her so much. What took you so long? Luna asked after putting her game on the counter. Sunset came to see me after school today. Celestia said simply. Luna looked at her sister skeptically. Really? Or is this just a fuck? Or is this just a ploy so you don't have to make dinner? Celestia chuckled a little. No, she really did come to see me. She had concerns regarding her new friends. She also shared with me about the kind of life she had and wherever she came from. Luna saw Celestia frown when she finished speaking. There's something else. She's never actually had a family, Celestia sighed. She was adopted when she was small. Her parents treated her like a baby. Oh, so she was an orphan. Okay, I was wrong. She was adopted when she was small. Her parents treated her like a baby her entire life. Then she went to another person, Pony, I guess, who gave her too much freedom. There, she was practically forced into adulthood. She doesn't even know what it's like to be able to be herself or even how to be a teenager. Luna nodded knowingly. Well, at least she's talking to someone. Not like the ticking time bomb I was. She needs out of that building, Celeste pouted. It didn't even look it didn't even look structurally sound. Luna could see the direction which her sister was heading, and though she had thought about it as well, it didn't seem like the best time to act upon it. I don't know why everyone just mutually agrees to have Luna and Celeste be Sansa's parents. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. What she needs is someone she can talk to and be surrounded by people who won't bring her down. Celestia knew full well that Luna was right. Even though there was something she could do. The timing might make Sunset distance herself from them, and that would make the girl's situation harder than Sunset can handle. You're right, Celestia said. It's just watching her break down in my office like that. It just got to me. I could see how lonely she was. Again, Luna nodded. I know what you're thinking, Tia, and I understand, but we barely know her and she barely knows us. I know, and you're right, Celestia said sternly. As much as I want to act, I cannot with knowing so little about her. Besides, Celestia looked hungrily at the spaghetti. I believe you made a wonderful dinner. Luna smiled, and they went on talking about their day and other topics that happened to come to mind. After dinner, the two ladies cleaned up the kitchen and went on to do their own thing. Luna retreated to her room, or night lair, she liked to call it. Celestia took the study and went straight to one of the large bookshelves that contained all of her fiction novels. Luna definitely convinced her to play Smash her, and then she just cheeses her or camps or does some degenerate play style. And Celestia's always like, I know I shouldn't have played with you, Luna. You always do this. And Luna's just like, it's part of the game, Celestia. Just get good. I know for a fact that that's what happens. And Celestia's like, Luna, I'm not having fun. And Luna's like, maybe if you were just good at the game, you had some fun, but you're so, I don't know, you're just a casual. I don't know. She smiled upon looking at all the shelves in her room. It was so much like a library. She could almost forget that she was even at home. Yeah, that's also a vibe. Having a lot of books in your house, or having a reading area. That's a vibe. You guys should do that. Things like that you think wouldn't change much. Like having a dedicated area to reading. Stuff like that's just a vibe. The simple routine things are such a vibe. There's a whole the pyramid of what's it called? The pyramid that says belonging, self-esteem, and self-realizement, all that stuff. There needs to be a layer for that. Just vibes. There's truly a force where if you do something routinely, that's not really it has no practical purpose, but you do it routinely. It fulfills you. The vibe creeps up in it makes you feel happy. It makes you feel happiness. Especially the more unnecessary it is, the more unpractical it is, the more just for your own pleasure it is, the more the feeling is. So things let me just give you a story. She smiled upon looking at all the shelves in her room. It was so much like a library she could almost forget that she was at home. Most of her collection was gotten over a few generations of her family, including herself, but a vast majority was given her by hers and Luna's old mentor. She did miss Starswell and his beard he was so fond of. Honestly, Celeste just wished he'd shave it off. That was 6 years ago. She had been no older than 26 when he passed, and she missed him every moment. It was in fact because of him that Celeste and Luna had turned out so well. They were very troublesome teens. More so Luna, but then again, Celeste was always the mature one. Starswell's passing was hard for her, Luna and their family. He had made a big impression on all their lives, and without a family of his own, he became part of theirs. This made Celeste smile as she chose a book from the shelf and sat in a lounge chair and started to read the pages, getting lost in the fantastical plot of the story. Back in Luna's night lair, she was huddled at her desk in the dim room. the only light coming from the two monitors in front of her. She moved her fingers quickly across several keys, successfully destroying the orc. Okay, what kind of games is she playing? Video games have been Luna's preferred pastime, having gotten into an outlet during the last year or so of high school, but it never seemed to grow out of it. She enjoyed reading like her sister, but she had to be in the mood. Celestia, however, just didn't understand why Luna was so enamored with them. Bro, this reminded me, like, in my Russian class, like, we were talking about, like, what our favorite types of books and stuff to read. And, like, I low-key had to just lie and say, like, general fiction. Because I couldn't, like, my favorite, by far, I read more fan fiction than anything. But, like, I guess I've also read, like, general fiction in the past. But once I started reading, like, fan fiction, I just kind of stopped reading general fiction as much. Like, I've always, like, read literature and stuff, like, on the side, but... And, what else? It's just, like, that's what my favorite author is, and, like, low-key, my favorite authors are, like, fan fiction writers. Low-key. But I just lie and be like, oh, it's Isabella Allende or somebody. And low-key, I've only read, like, one Isabella Allende book. Read House of Spirits. And it was okay. I wouldn't say she's my favorite author. Celestia, however, just didn't understand why Luna was so enamored with them. Not many people knew of their secret obsession other than her family and a couple of friends, none of which really enjoys playing video games. Maybe I should get Dia put through that request for a video game club, Luna thought, on that for a moment before shaking her head. No, bad idea. I would work them like animals. Besides, they can't be scared of me if they get along with me. Wait, hold on, I was paying attention. Oh, okay, alright, sorry, I couldn't understand what the fuck I just read, I don't know why. Luna grinned. She truly did enjoy terrorizing the misbehaving students, but it will benefit them in the future, so why not? It ain't, okay, I never, like, this is very, like, exaggerated writing of Luna. It didn't take long while fighting orcs and lizardmen for Luna to find her mind wandering to one troublesome, or ex-troublesome student. Sunset Shimmer, however, that was no surprise that she had been the topic of conversation between the sisters since finding out where the girl lived. Luna remembered when she was in a similar situation. I wish I had a good relationship with my sibling. I wish I had, like, a really good relationship with a sibling. I could just live with them, but nah. No, I probably could live with one of them, but I don't want to do that, honestly. The darker-haired sister remembered second year of high school, when everything seemed to fall apart for her. All because of a stupid crush. She felt like the world had turned against her until her best friend came to save her, and soon so did her mentor. Celestia was a little better off at the time, but it had turned to a huge intermission for the girl and their friends. They, in fact, had gotten way too out of hand, and they only realized it when the school pitted themselves against Luna specifically. Much like Sunset, the sisters were popular and got what they wanted by force and cruelty. At first, they didn't want to change, they had no reason to. It was because of one dramatic event, and a lot of family and friends' involvement. They were forced to change, and Luna was the center of it. So it looks like this story. I was thinking, like, the other story, like the implication was that Luna, like, ran away, or they, like, was gone for a long time and came back, like in Pony World, where she was like the moon or something, and they came back for after like 1,000 years or something. But I think this one's implying that didn't happen in this world. Luna frowned at the thought of the trip to the hospital, though she was the one unconscious for most of it. At some time during her stay, Celestia ended up in a fight she couldn't win. Luckily, their parents were able to avoid incarceration, and also they had parents, which is interesting. Only they had parents and other, or maybe I just assumed that for some reason. I just assumed they didn't have parents, and that they kind of grew up leaning on each other. It was not a good time for either of them, and as far as Luna could see, Sunset wasn't doing half the stuff she and Celestia did. That at least was a positive to the situation. If Celestia's telling the truth, Sunset has a pretty sad life thus far, Luna contemplated, and if she truly has no one in this world, she hasn't even experienced any real joys as a child or teenager. I hope my sister can learn more about her situation. Maybe we can help. Luna got up, leaving her monitors on, then walked out of her bedroom and headed downstairs. It's been a good hour or so since she and Celestia split to go do their own thing, so Luna decided to see what the older sister was up to. She didn't get very far as the doorbell rang. From the last step of the stairs, where she looked out of the front door, Luna could see bits of the seaweed green hair and black skin in the window by the door. The grown woman squealed like a middle schooler and practically ran through the door. Chrysalis! Luna yelled as she opened the door and jumped into the other woman's arms. I take it you're happy to see me? Chrysalis smiled. Luna blushed as she realized what she'd done in front of her friend. After carefully letting go, she smiled. Of course I am. I haven't seen you in 3 months. I know. Chrysalis waved her off. Work has kept me busy. Besides, I'll never miss Halloween with my closest friend. Luna gave Chrysalis a devilish grin and stepped aside so she could enter the house. My favorite night of the year. Scaring the socks off children. Chrysalis laughed and gave her a small smile. My Luna, you haven't changed one bit. Oh, Chrysalis, Celestia said as she walked to the foyer. What a wonderful surprise. Tia, she smiled. Oh, Chrysalis was saying this. Tia, she smiled. Nice to see you again. You're here for Halloween, I take it. Celestia smiled knowingly. You're not going to try and stop us this year, are you? Chrysalis asked. No, she sighed. I've honestly given up. Yeah, I'm still trying to get her to go in the costume. She says she's just not feeling it this year, Luna explained. Nope, Chrysalis said. I will not allow this. It's Halloween. You have to dress up to at least hand out candy. Weren't we a little too old to be dressing up in such ridiculous costumes? The nobleman asked. Nonsense, Luna protested. Adults dress up for parties and handing out candy. Besides, you two work in a high school. It wouldn't be right if you didn't dress up, Chrysalis added. Celestia looked at the two women skeptically. Doesn't mean that I have to dress up. But aren't you the one always going on about connecting with students? Questioned Luna. Celestia rolled her eyes. Honestly, these two are meant for each other with their Halloween obsession. Even if I keep protesting, they're eventually going to force me into it. All right, but I'm not going as a princess, Celestia said. Luna raised her fist in triumph and high-fived her friend. Celestia giggled. So, what's the theme this year? Our evil selves. Luna smiled manically. Oh no, Celestia appealed. Alright, that's the end. I kind of stuttered a lot at the end there. Yeah, we have a very enthusiastic Luna in this story. There's another story. She was more like a kind of wise figure. A wise and like quiet, but everything she says is kind of important and deep kind of figure. Which is kind of how I wrote her. I write her too. But she is kind of silly. She is kind of a silly girl, I can't lie. She is kind of silly. Anyway. Next chapter, I guess. This don't got nothing to do with anything, but like, is it just me? Or was the Oppenheimer movie just genuinely just cheats? Like, was that shit just genuinely just fucking doo-doo? Because like, am I fucking lying? Like, what was good about that movie? Like, I understand like the different cinematography or different like storytelling or whatever, but like, why are we watching a fucking 3-hour movie about this dude like that made the bomb or like did some of the science or fucking figured out how to make the bomb or some shit? Like, why the fuck is he the main character? Like, out of all the fucking shit you could have talked about in the fucking era of the world, you're talking about this fucking dude. Like, I don't get, like, why the fuck should I care about the dude that made the fucking bomb? Like, who the fuck, like, what? That shit doo-doo. That shit fucking ass. Well, whatever. That shit. That's like, I don't know. What's an example? What's the fucking example? It's like,
making a movie about the Great Depression, and the fucking main character is like a fucking banker that was not fucking affected by the depression at all. Like, why the fuck are we making a movie about the least affected motherfucker in the whole the dude like the whole fucking conflict is that, oh, you feel sad about making the bomb, okay, but whatever. You feel big sad. You could have just fucking just stayed in New Mexico, did jack shit, but you made a fucking bomb. Like, and this motherfucker was smug, so fucking smug in every fucking scene. Like, that shit had to be a fucking self. That shit had to be a fucking self insert. Cause like, there's no way like you write another fucking human being like that. Like, the glazing was just fucking extraordinary, extraordinary glazing. But whatever. Chapter 17. I don't even know this fucking chapter 17. What fucking chapter is this? Chapter 17. The plan. Since that day in Celestia's office, Sunset had spoken with her every couple of days, whether it's to share her day or vent about her misguided deeds. It was nice having someone else to talk to, someone other than the 5 girls she is growing to care for. It was Sunday afternoon and Sunset was walking around aimlessly downtown. She had spent a good hour walking through the park and was pretty sure she could navigate it in her sleep by now. Now she wandered down the sidewalk in the business district of the town, close to Kennerlot High. She had a couple of run-ins with fellow students, but for the most part, they left her well enough alone. She would snap from her thoughts when she almost ran into a hyperactive bouncing pink blob. Sunset, Pinkie Pie cheered. I can't believe I actually found you. Sunset looked surprised. You were looking for me? Pinkie giggled. Well, of course, silly. You weren't answering your phone and I used to talk with you and the other girls. So I decided to check the mall where you work, even though you don't usually work Sundays. And when you weren't there, I decided to wander around and see if I could find you. I didn't actually think I'd find you, though. But I did. Um, Sunset stammered and looked for her phone to check her messages, but it wasn't in any of her pockets. Oh, that's weird. I guess I forgot it at home. Sorry, Pinkie. Oh, that's okay, Sunset. Pinkie Pie put her arm around her shoulders. I would have just talked to you on Monday instead. Sunset moved out of Pinkie's arm, and the pink-haired girl rambled off something about cupcakes and pudding. Until they came to the sugar cube corner and went inside. The girls walked to the usual booth near the back of the cafe, where their 4 other friends sat waiting, absorbing their own conversation. When am I gonna read something where Pinkie Pie is like an actual person? Is this motherfucker ever gonna fucking ever fucking break from this fucking act? And there's no one genuinely like this. You know, maybe there is. I don't know. Applejack was the first to notice their arrival and waved to Sunset with a smile on their face. Halting the other conversation they were having for everyone else, they greet the 2 newcomers. Hey, you found her, Rainbow greeted. Yep, Pinkie said as she stood next to Rarity. While Fluttershy shuffled over for Sunset to sit down. She forgot her phone at home, so she didn't get our messages. Fluttershy gave Sunset a concerned look. Don't you live alone? Isn't it dangerous to be without a phone? Sunset looked at the shy girl. Until recently, there wasn't anyone who I could call or vice versa. Honestly, though, I never forget my phone. I just didn't get a lot of sleep, so I guess I slipped my mind. Fluttershy asked why she wasn't getting much sleep, but Sunset didn't really want to bring up the nightmare she'd been having. So she avoided the question by pretending she didn't hear her. I look at the closed window. This is shit. Is my window even fucking open? I don't think it is, actually. I think I'm fucking tweaking. Yeah, that shit fucking close. So Pinkie, Sunset spoke. Why are we here? To make plans for Thursday, silly, she said as if it were obvious. Thursday? Sunset thought out loud. That's the 31st, right? What's so special about it? Hey, you're kidding, right? Rainbow Dash asked dumbfounded. Sunset looked at her questioningly. It wasn't everyone else joined her in the shocked expressions. It's Halloween, duh, Pinkie said finally. Oh, right, it's the night where Philly's, kids go out in costumes and get candy. Applejack sighed. I was scared there for a minute. Wait, you didn't have a Halloween in where are you from? Sunset thought for a moment before speaking. Not exactly. We had something called Nightmare Night. We dressed up in costumes and went door to door to get candy, but we had to sacrifice some of our candy to the Nightmare Moon, so she didn't eat us instead, though I think that the last part was the princess's idea. She had quite the sweet tooth. I still can't believe that in another dimension, our principal is actually a princess, Rarity said. So let's plan Halloween, Piggy interrupted. It was a long, tedious process, much more tedious than Sunset thought necessary. For the most part, Sunset was silent, believing that it was not her place to shoot off any opinions or suggestions because she was so new to the group. So this is the fastest route, Pinkie Pie said, as they were all huddled around a map. Sunset scanned the scribbles in Pinkie Pie's attempt at math and noticed something she missed. After a few moments, she decided to give it a shot. There's a better way we can go, Sunset said. You're looking at the length of the road, not the number of houses. Sunset grabbed a marker from Pinkie and started drawing X's on the map. Where there were various houses, then drew a blue line over Pinkie's pink ones. When she was done, she grabbed the ruler and calculated the distance they could walk in 2 hours. Pinkie had set for candy collecting. There. Sunset sat back in the booth. Pinkie and the others looked at Sunset's route. Applejack, Fluttershy, and Pinkie Pie started to recalculate, and when they were finished, they gave Sunset blank stares. The look on their faces were making Sunset self-conscious. She was about to apologize, but Pinkie spoke first. Wow, Sunset. Pinkie smiled brightly. You're super good at math. You'll hit twice as many houses. 2.3 times more, Sunset thought to herself, but didn't want to insult the pink girl. Damn, they were that off. Like 2 times is kind of like I get like 1.4 times more, but like 2, like over 2, that's like y'all are ass. Did you just think of that when we were talking? Rainbow asked. Sunset shrugged. I guess. Wow, Fluttershy said. And I thought I was good at math. I can see why you're in all the honors classes. Except in history, Sunset said. So it's settled, Pinkie Pie cheered. We will take Sunset's route. Sunset smiled to herself as they went on there to talk about costumes. After about an hour of discussion and debates, they all settled on modern time vampires and werewolves, as it was both fun and easy costume for Sunset's first Halloween. They drew from Applejack's hat to decide which 3 were going to be the werewolves, and which 3 were going to be the vampires. They all split off shortly after that, but Sunset was not really up to date on this world's conspiracies and lore. She also didn't really have the time to look it up. So she ran off to catch up with the best person she could think of to help her, Rarity. About a block away, Sunset finally caught up to the purple-haired girl. Rarity, wait up, she called. Rarity turned around to see Sunset standing a few feet away. Sunset, what's wrong? She waved her hands in front of her. Nothing, honest, I am... Sunset looked away, out of breath and suddenly nervous about the nature of her request. Well, what is it? Rarity said tentatively. I wanted to ask if it's not too much trouble. I know you don't know me as well, but I was hoping. Sunset took a deep breath and kicked at the ground. Would you mind helping me with my costume? Please? It took a moment before Rarity practically squealed. I thought you'd never ask. With that, Rarity was dragging Sunset down the sidewalk. On their way to the thrift store, Rarity explained to Sunset exactly what she was getting into. Werewolves were fairly rugged, so she needed some ripped jeans, an old shirt and jacket. After a couple of hours of searching through the aisles, they found out what they were looking for: a pair of ripped dark blue jeans, a dark orange shirt, and Rarity grabbed a few packages of face paint and some fake fangs. So all we didn't get was our jackets, Rarity said. Sunset frowned. I really miss mine. The one that got taken from your locker, Rarity asked. She nodded. I've had that jacket since I came here. It holds some sentimental value, I guess. Now I'm probably never going to see it again. Never say never, Sunset, Rarity said. But Sunset never saw the knowing smirk on her face. Now I want you to meet me at my house at 6:30 on Thursday. Sunset raised an eyebrow. Why? Rarity rolled her eyes. To do your makeup, of course. Makeup? asked Sunset. Yes, darling, Rarity said. You can't look like that if you're a werewolf. You must look more canine. I don't get it, Sunset said. Rarity couldn't help but laugh. You'll see what I mean on come Saturday. Thursday. Why the fuck did I say Saturday? Am I like fucking dyslexic? Why the fuck did I say Saturday? Sunset looked at her nervously. Sunset. Rarity looked at her with a serious expression. I'm your friend and you asked me to help you, so I shall. You have to learn to trust us, she sighed. I know, I'm sorry. It's gonna take time for me to figure out this friendship thing. It's alright, Rarity smiled. But I have to warn you, the girls and I are pretty touchy-feely. You're gonna have to get used to it. Sunset nodded. I can try. Rarity smiled. That's all I ask. Sunset stuck her hands in her sweater pockets, her bag of clothes hanging from her arm. Thanks for helping me, Rarity. I really appreciate it. What friends are for, she smiled. They then said their goodbyes and went home to prepare for the week ahead. Alright, that's the end. You know, Loki, like, I can't stand it when, like, a story, like, just positive events happening in the story. Like leave the positivity for, like, the last chapter or something. Like, everything has to be negative. Everyone has to be suffering until, like, the last chapter. Like, there can't be any moments, there has to be only very, very brief moments of happiness. Like, this shit can only, like, last 30 seconds and then right back to the misery. Anyway. Is it? Oh, it's 1 a.m. So that's not that late. I was looking for like my SD thing, but like I couldn't find it. And I stepped. Oh my god, bro! I stepped on a fucking Ziploc bag, and that bitch exploded everywhere, and I was fucking wet. Like this shit fucking ass. Like I don't know why the fuck I put the Ziploc bag like right where the fuck I stepped off the bed. Like why did I what? This shit. Like what the fuck? Why would I do that? And why the fuck did I just step in this bitch without fucking looking? Like, come on, like chat. Like what the fuck am I doing? Like anyway, this is chapter 18. Oh, let me count. Let me know what chapter I'm on. 5, 10, 15. Hold on. 5, 10, 15, 16, 17. Yeah, this is 18. Probably. Oh, let's see if we can go to 20. 20 is a good number to stop on, I guess. And then we could do like 20 per video. Eight. That in slang means alright. Eight. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Too nice? The week of Halloween came and went with a flash. Sunset was still fretting about Thursday, but that's nothing new. She hated going to school, and her only solace was her friends, but they couldn't be there all the time to protect her, nor did she expect them to. Still, she was starting to think her friends and Principal Celeste were wrong. Did she really deserve all this? It had been almost 3 weeks since the formal, and no one was even loosening up. Trixie also returned to school Monday, and she still insisted on being the one to punish Sunset for what she'd done. It also turned out that Snips and Snails had decided that they would rather be Trixie's goons, but Sunset was sure they were getting treated better by Trixie than they ever did by her. Sunset! Rainbow Dash called as she met Sunset at her locker. Pinky wants us all in the cafeteria to discuss last-minute plans for tomorrow. All right. Sunset sighed, but this went unnoticed by the sporty girl. They began walking to the cafeteria in silence. Classmates giving Sunset various glares and insults, but Sunset was too lost in her own insecure thoughts as she hugged her bag tightly to her chest, the contents of which were weighing down on her subconscious as much as her feelings of fear were thinking. What if she sunk back into old habits? They weren't far from the cafeteria when she heard someone say, "She has to know that they just feel sorry for her." Sunset stopped walking and focused on the voice in the hall. Who would want to be friends with a demon? She should go back to where she came from. Principal Celeste is just too nice to expel her, another voice replied. Sunset hugged her bag tighter to her chest and looked at the ground. Who said that? Rainbow yelled angrily, trying to find the offender in the crowd. Out of all the things Sunset had heard over the past 3 weeks, people taking pity on her was nothing. People taking pity on her was never something she considered. The selling point for her was, in Sunset's eyes, that Principal Celeste was just that, too nice. Are you okay, Sunset? Rainbow asked as she noticed Sunset backing away. I have to go, the flame-haired girl muttered, and she took off running. Of course, Rainbow followed her, trying to get her to slow down, but they were both in a full-on sprint. Rainbow saw Sunset duck into the library, but by the time she got there herself, Sunset had already disappeared among the books. Even to herself, Rainbow could admit that she didn't really have the skill set to make Sunset feel better the way she needed. So she did the next best thing, texted her friends. When they arrived, Rainbow told them the situation and what she had heard the other students say. They asked Shirley if she had seen where Sunset ran off to, and she pointed to them to the second floor of the library, the place where no one really went. They have a second floor to their library, bro. I forgot some people's high schools are like huge. My library was like just like a room, like, and there's like barely books in there. I don't think anyone ever like checked out books in my library in my school. Everybody was always like reading webtoon or something. They split up and scanned the aisles. It didn't take long until Pinkie Pie heard sniffling and went to investigate. When she rounded a corner, she could see Sunset hugging her knees, shoulders shaking as she cried silently. Pinkie for once walked silently, quietly, as not to scare her, but still managed a bright smile. "Hey, Sunset, we've been looking for you." Sunset looked up at Pink with red, puffy eyes. "Just leave me alone, Pinkie." "Nope," Pinkie said as she sat down beside Sunset. Despite the other girl's wishes, "You're crying and you don't leave your friends alone when they're sad." "Right," Rainbow Dash said as she and the others came out from the shelves, having heard Pinkie's voice. "It's what friends do." They all sat in a little circle in front of Sunset. Rarity sat on the other side and rubbed her back comfortingly, something Sunset stopped herself from flinching away from. "Are you guys trying to be friends with me just because you feel sorry?" Sunset asked bluntly. "If we didn't honestly want to be your friend, why would we include you in Halloween?" Applejack asked. "We could have just as well told you nothing. You wouldn't even have even known." "Yeah," Pinkie agreed. "It would have been super easy too because you don't eat lunch with us very often." "Look," Applejack said. "Yes, we felt sorry for you, but it's not why we want to be your friends. Fluttershy told us about when you helped at the shelter and meeting that dog you saved again. Sunset, you're a good person." Yes, darling," Rarity added. "You never really showed it in the past, but now it's all we see." Sunset sighed. "I know you guys want to be my friends, but my real friends, I just have a habit of letting stupid things get to me." She hugged her knees tighter. "There's something else bothering you," Fluttershy said. "About what one of them said." Rainbow Dash thought back to the hall, right before Sunset took off. And then a light bulb went off in her head. "It's the thing about Principal Celestia." Rarity saw a small nod from Sunset and spoke. "You have been spending an awful lot of time in the office. What is the nature of your visits? I can't see you being in trouble again." Sunset thought for a moment as to whether or not to tell them anything, but ultimately, she knew that if she was truly going to be their friend, she had to show them a bit of trust as well. "You know, I live alone, and I have for the past 6 years." About a week after the formal, Celestia called me to her office, and she gave me stipulations regarding how I'm living. "Stipulations?" Fluttershy asked. Sunset nodded. "Yeah, the first one was that I needed an adult to contact in case I needed it, so Celestia has to be my emergency contact. The second was, well, she thought I needed a counselor since we were trying to hide where I'm really from. Celestia told me that she would make time for me after lunch if I needed it. It took me a week to do the second thing." Her friend stared at Sunset blankly, but Fluttershy was the first to speak. "Wow, I've never heard of any principal that cared that much." "The girls in the hall said she was just trying to be nice," Rainbow let out loud. "That doesn't really sound like just being nice." "I don't know how it works wherever you're from," Applejack said, "but people don't just do things like that to be nice. They do that because they actually care." "Yeah," Sunset said sadly. "If I didn't know any better," Reddy gave Sunset one warm tug, "I'd say that your principal has more of a mentor than anything." Sunset smiled. "You don't know half of it." "Yeah," Pinkie cheered. There's that smile." The group couldn't help but giggle at the over-eccentric girl. "Now that we've got that out the way," Pinkie pulled out a piece of paper with very small drawings on it. "Let's go over the plan. So, we all come to our costumes, and we all come to school in our costumes, and meet at Fluttershy and Sunset's lockers. And Sunset is meeting me at my house early so I can help her with her makeup," Rarity said. "Don't your parents leave like super early?" Rainbow questioned. Rarity smirked and took out her wallet, showing the others the plastic card she had inside. "That will no longer be a problem,"
Rainbow Dash. When did you get your license? Fluttershy asked. Monday after school, she explained. I never brought it up because I never had a reason to. Congratulations, Verity, Pinky beamed. I should throw a party, like I did for Maud. Anyway, at lunch I'll give everyone super special Halloween cupcakes. So Sunset, she never eyes at the redhead. Be there. All right, Sunset nodded. Then after school, we all meet at my house, Pinky said, handing a sheet of paper with a chart to each girl. Since Verity has her license, we won't have to go to Maud or Big Mac. So Maud will drive me, AJ and Fluttershy and Rarity can take Sunset and Rainbow. It's perfect. So remember to bring your duffel bags. Halloween sleepover. Pinky, Applejack said, you think you could have mentioned the sleepover sooner? Oh no. Pinky shouted at the realization. I totally forgot to tell you guys. They all told her it was fine, and that they didn't have any plans anyway. Sunset, however, froze at the thought of the sleepover. Sunset got everyone's attention. What do you bring to a sleepover? Pinky's eyes just about popped out of her head. What? You've never had a sleepover? Sunset shook her head. Who was I supposed to have one with? Oh, right, sorry. She apologized, took out a piece of paper and scribbled down a list, handing it to Sunset. This is a list of everything you need, and optional stuff, too. Thanks, Sunset said before Pinky continued. Now, first we play a few party games. Then when the sun goes down, we go trick-or-treating. And after that, we order pizza, and we watch a scary movie. And we hand out candy until we fall asleep. Everyone nodded in agreement, for the plan as the bell rang for class, and Sunset quickly rose to her feet, grabbing her bag. Sorry, I have a meeting with Principal Celestia. Text me if you need anything. If I miss anything. Text me if I miss anything. Sunset didn't wait for a reply and headed out to the library towards the office. She took a deep breath. That does make me feel a little better. I know I'm getting worked up over nothing. It's nice to know that they care so much, though. She glanced at her bag. Here goes nothing. Hey, end of chapter 18. Should I just go on to the next chapter immediately? This might be the last one I read. I don't know. It's 1:50 a.m. It's almost 2 a.m. I don't really care that much about staying up late, even though I have class tomorrow, but like, it's getting hard to talk. It's getting hard to like not stutter. Because my mouth just wants to like blurt out the words really quick. People always tell me that like when I talk, like I flex my whole body, like I put too much effort into talking. I think it's just because like I'm really skinny. I don't have like the muscles for this. It takes so much like energy for me to like project sound in my body. I don't know how other people talk so easily. Some people are able to like raise their voices really loud when they're talking, when they're excited. And I'm just like, damn, how do they do that? Like that shit, that would like wear me out. That would like maybe I would like pass out if I did that. Sunset walked to the front office, unsure of what she was going to tell Principal Celestia, or more to the point, ask a request no sane person would ever ask of their high school principal. However, it was something she knew she needed to do. Part of it, yes, was already a part of the deal they made after the formal. Secondly, she felt it was necessary, but otherwise unrelated. I feel like I need to move the phone closer to me. Principal Celestia, as of yet, is the only one who seemed to have she seemed to have irrefutable trust in. Once the receptionist saw her, she waved Sunset to Celestia's door and returned to her paperwork. Sunset took a deep breath and knocked, and answered without waiting for an answer. Sunset, Celestia smiled, moving her papers to the side. I'm glad you can make it. How have you been? Has Trixie been bothering you? Sunset took a deep breath in front of the seat, setting her bag on the other chair beside her. I'm fine, I guess. Pinkie Pie's having a sleepover tomorrow night, and I'm really nervous about it. I've never been to one, much less had any experience with Halloween or how to behave at one.
Peggy gave me a list of things I need, but I'm not sure if I should bring anything else. She took a deep breath. Maybe I should just cancel. You will do no such thing. Celestia said with a commanding tone that almost made Sunset cower. You've been through a lot of these past weeks, and I don't want to see you sitting out when everyone else is having fun. You can't avoid everything your friends want to do as a group. And it gets you out of that old building for one night. Celestia thought to herself. I know, Sunset sighed. I haven't really slept away from home before. Not really. When I moved out of my parents' house, I lived in the castle, and when I came down here, I lived where I am now. Moved home, just never been away from it. Tell you what, Celeste suggested. You have my personal number, so if you feel anxious or just want to talk, just give me a call. Really? Sunset asked. I don't think that's legal. Is that? Yeah, I don't think that's legal, but whatever. Really? Sunset asked. I mean, teachers do it all the time. They give their students their like Instagram and stuff. So say not, or it's probably not illegal, but it's probably not like something you're advised to do. Like after a moment of silence, Sunset snickered. What is it? Questioned Celestia. Nothing, she giggled. It reminds me of those books where kids call their mom because they're homesick. Celestia smiled. Yeah, I can see the similarities. After another short silence, Celestia spoke. So I assume that was not what you came here for. Sunset flinched. Oh, right. So there is something important I need to tell you about, but it kind of breaches the student-teacher relationship. What is it? Celestia asked. She took out a photo out of her backpack. I've been keeping these in my locker since last year, but I've had a few close calls and I'm not sure that my luck will hold out forever. You can say no. I can find something, but I don't really know how safe they'll be. Celestia raised her brow and walked around and leaned against her desk in front of Sunset, then gestured for the folder. She scanned over the first 2 pages. You know you can access these at any time, right? Sunset shook her head. I can't access my own government papers until I'm 18, so I have to keep a physical copy. I just turned 16 a couple weeks ago. The light-haired woman bit her lip and thought, I would be more than happy to. I'm glad you put so much trust in me. Sunset shrugged. It's nice having an adult I can trust. It was better than the second option. What was the second option? She asked curiously. Sunset scratched the back of her neck nervously. Guardianship. Celestia snorted. Luna would kill me. They both laughed at this. They continued on to lighter conversations. Celestia smiled at how animated Sunset became when she got talking about the song she was trying to write. And whatever she was doing in math and art class, she had to admit the girl had so much potential and talent. She could go far, but she doesn't seem to acknowledge the passion she has for it. Sunset was talking about the assignment she had gotten in art class the previous day, that she already finished when Celestia got curious. Do you have a picture of it? I'd love to see what you've done. Celestia requested. Sunset blushed a little, but pulled up the picture and excitedly handed it to Principal Celestia. It was at the moments like these where Sunset forgets that they were at school and the woman in front of her is her principal. Celestia didn't mind though. It was nice because Sunset had taken down a lot of her wall for the hour. Entire hour she ended up spending in the office. Celestia took a look at the photo and was pleasantly surprised at what she was seeing. Sunset had a painted canvas that looked like a stylized yellow and red sun, but half of the board was darker than the other, more of a gray hue with a glowing black and cyan eye near the top of the right side. On the left, the sun was more vibrant. Vibrant. Wow. The sun was more vibrant with regular cyan eyes near the top. Celestia realized the eyes were Sunset's own, her demon from the fall formal, and the ones she has now. In the center of the picture was Sunset, a really good painting of her as well. On the right half, Sunset bore the demonic red bat wings. On the left, one's made of brilliant flame. Her eyes were closed, tears dripping from both eyes. The assignment was to illustrate who we are, Sunset explained with a sad smile. It's who everyone else thinks I am, and part of me I hate, but I refuse to let that part define me. I know it's kind of deep for a school project, but it's how I get my thoughts out of my head, besides getting angry at everything. Sunset, this looks amazing. Celestia commented still looking at the picture. I had no idea you were so talented. It's really not that good.
I beg to differ. Why have you never entered one of the school competitions? I was busy making everyone's lives miserable. She buried her head in her hands. The old me was horrible. Celestia lay a comforting hand on Sunset's shoulder. If it helps, this. She handed Sunset her phone. It's a much better use of your time. Fuck. It's a much better use of your time and your talents. My tongue is so fucking tired. Sunset nodded the compliment. Thanks. Do you have any other drawings? Celestia asked. Other than the ones you did in class? Sunset shook her head. Nope. Other than the ones in the margins of my notes. I can't really afford to buy anything but lined paper for notes. Celestia nodded and quickly changed the subject. Sunset, I would love to help you more than you think you need. That evening, when Celestia returned home, she went straight to the study and put Sunset's papers and her family safe and frowned. You had another meeting with Miss Shimmer today, Luna stated. Celestia turned to the door and saw her sister, Chrysalis, standing on the doorway. Yes, she asked me to hold onto her papers for her. She felt they weren't safe with her. Is that the girl who lives in the abandoned building? Chrysalis asked. Celestia shot Luna a glare. Come on, sister. You know she won't say anything, Luna said. Besides, Chris has the means to stop children's services from taking her. Now, Luna continued, I'd like to say that I'm surprised she trusted you, or anyone for that matter, with those papers. Don't try to tell me she doesn't know how valuable they are. Sunset Shimmer's one of our best students, and she had to have done her homework to figure out how to get those. Celestia remained silent. If I may, Chrysalis intervened. Luna told me of some of your conversations in light of this new evidence. I think you care about her. I care about all my students, Celestia protested. Tia, she destroyed the front of the school, enrolled the entire student body with fear, and instead of expelling her, you let her shred her record of misconduct, had her make you her emergency contact and become her counselor, Luna said. Not to mention you're holding on to her government papers for her, added Chris. She needed help, Celestia said adamantly. And we discussed it together, Luna. I do believe you were the one who was relieved when I didn't want to expel her. Luna nodded. But I'm not the one who was ready to take her home after finding out her living situation. Tia, Chris interjected. I believe you have gotten rather attached, she smiled. I think you need to figure out what you and Luna are going to do. She looked at Luna, who had her head down in thought, and back to Celestia. Then had a realization. Or have you already decided? The sisters exchanged looks. Luna sighed. We know what we want to do. It doesn't mean Sunset will allow it. Celestia nodded. She's been completely on her own for 6 years. She had similar freedom since before then. As we understand it, Luna explained, Sunset was a foster child, and her parents weren't a right fit to someone who took her. So someone took her away, and she stayed with them for a couple of years before coming here after running away. The situation is complicated, but there's no way she can go back to where she's from. Chrysalis nodded. Well, I guess all you can do is really try to figure out what she wants, then approach her about it. The sisters nodded. Let's give it the end of the month. Try to figure out what Sunset wants until then, before we make a final decision, Luna proposed. I'm not sure if it's wise to even give her a choice, Celestia said. What do you mean? Chrysalis asked. She's still just a child, Celestia began. Sunset is smart, yes, but she's alone. She needs someone to take care of her, so she can relax and just be a teenager. The other two women could see the pained look in Celestia's eyes. It was obvious that she held a concern for Sunset that she hasn't held for any student in the past. There was something almost nurturing her gaze. Chrysalis and Luna exchanged looks before Luna spoke. You have the same look in your eye as Mom does when she first met Chris. I'm glad you're going to help her, Tia. Chrysalis smiled. It's still going to take about a month to draw up the papers. I suggest you restrain yourself until then. Celestia nodded. Thank you, Chrysalis. The dark-skinned woman smiled. Now, back to decorating. Luna cheered and followed her out of the room. Celestia sighed and shook her head, but smiled now.
that there was a plan in action in place. It was going to be a long month. Sansa was happy about her meeting with Celestia went. How her meeting with Celestia went. It was like a huge weight had been lifted off her shoulders. She knew very well everything that Principal Celestia was doing for her was rather unconventional, and the fact that she agreed to hold the girl's papers until she was 18 was even more so. However, she appreciated every minute of it. It's been a long time since she had anyone really. Principal Celestia was Principal Celestia was Princess Celestia's counterpart, and that's why Sunset was getting so attached. At least that's what she told herself. The truth was, Principal Celestia was everything Principal Celestia was, but also everything she wasn't. The principal was the mentor she needed, the one she always wanted. Sunset shook herself from her thoughts and looked over at everything on her desk. Sleeping bag, extra pillow, extra toothbrush, and toothpaste she picked up after work. Extra change of clothes and the pajamas she really wore in the summer when her building wasn't below freezing. Over on her cot was the parts of the costume Verity had helped her pick out. After going through her things and making sure she had everything, she shoved everything into a duffel bag and put her costume on the desk. I have a feeling something bad's gonna happen to the costume, I don't know. She nodded in approval and headed to the bathroom so she could get ready for bed. A few feet from the bathroom, Sunset felt an odd pressure under the floorboards. After another step, two of the boards cracked inwards and fell through the ceiling. Sunset's leg fell through, but she managed to catch herself by falling backwards. She sat there, adrenaline pumping, as she cautiously removed her leg from the now gaping hole in the floor. This place is really falling apart, Sunset thought. I can't stay here much longer. But where was she gonna go? She was in underage high school with no way to prove she has any parents. Sunset figured it was a problem for another time. She had calmed her heart rate. She went to take a freezing shower and went to bed, avoiding the hole in the floor. Right, so that's the end of that chapter. I gotta say, I'm in pain. Everything hurts. My throat, my jaw's actually kind of sore. I feel like my teeth are kind of sore too. I don't know. I haven't felt this thoroughly exhausted in a long time. I'm just talking, not like I'm doing exercise or anything. I don't know. I mean, I've always sung throughout my life. I don't know why talking is so exhausting for me. I feel like singing is less exhausting. Maybe when you're maybe because I'm not used to using my chest voice or just I'm used to using this part to sing, and I guess it's just less that's just less fucking exhausting to sing with, to speak with. Yeah, I guess it's less exhausting to talk this way. And I really low-key have a really kind of a convincing girl voice this way. I can really just talk like this. And no one really notice if I just talk like this all the time, but I gotta admit, it's kind of, I don't know, I guess this is really strange for me to talk like this. I don't know. And I don't know what you guys think. Do I really sound like a girl when I talk like this, or can you still hear the voice, the maleness in my voice? I mean, I could really just talk like this for a while if I really wanted to, but it's just not really something I ever did really. I never really just tried to speak like this for long periods of time. But I guess it's possible for me to do it if I really tried. But I'm not gonna try because fuck that. Anyway, bye. I'm done. This is gonna be this is chapter. Did I read chapter 18 or 19? Hopefully it's 19. That's gonna be enough for this video.